So we can do what's Hondo on the mic. From Leo's Paradise, random stream drop like a Dragon Ball fight. No lie, plan stream stacking up, but here's a twist in time. Freestyling on the deck like Luffy's punchlines. Up the channels faster than Zoro sword swings. Gaming pop culture, it's the chaos he brings. Talking movie reboots, superhero hype. Hondo passing the mic, now Bishop's in sight. Cutting flip screen, frame by frame, I align. Laying bass lines heavy, keep the rhythm divine. Dropping 5 videos, can't keep up with the pace. Pass the mic back, Leo's leading the chase. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. No script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life.
Welcome back to the lunch hour stream. How are all you vital idols doing? It has it's been a minute, hasn't it? I have not talked to you guys since Countercast on Monday, and there is a very good explanation for that. Let me before we get into all the content and news of the day, and before I even say hi to everybody, let me regale you with what the last couple of days have been like in the life of Leon. So Tuesday rolls around. We're supposed to do, tinfoil haters on Tuesday. And so I'm out running errands. It's around 9 or so in the morning, and my car breaks down. I'm left stranded. I had to call a tow truck, get that taken care of. Had to get an Uber ride home, and then had to spend the day dealing with all that. So needless to say, I had a lot going on. I wasn't able to do tinfoil haters. So yesterday rolls around. And I've got, I've got the video all recorded. I've got set to go, not premiere, but, I've got it set to where it'll go live at 12. And then, of course, we're supposed to do the lunch hour at 1 p.m. 11 a.m. rolls around, and I get a phone call. And there's a family emergency happening. Now, mind you, my car at this point is still in the shop. So, I not only have to go deal with this family emergency, but I have to Uber to go deal with it. Do everything that's to deal with getting that situation taken care of. Then Uber back, so there's $50 more fucking dollars gone on top of having to get the car fixed and everything like that. And then I get a call once all that's sorted and taken care of. My car is ready to be picked up. At this point, it's around 3 o'clock p.m., when I would normally be ending the lunch hour. So, needless to say, there was a lot over the last 48 hours. Yeah, I've been so incredibly busy. Yesterday, it was the family emergency thing took it all out of me, plus having to go pick up the car. I didn't do any streams. Not only did I not do my own streams, I didn't do Zax's show, I didn't do Gooch's show. I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm taking the day off. And when all that was done, like 7 p.m. rolls around, and I conk out. I crash, dude. I'm out for the night. And next thing I know, it's 2 a.m. this morning. I've slept, like 7, 8 hours, however long, like 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. is. And I wake up at 2 in the morning, and I'm just laying there in bed. Boondocks playing, because, I need something to give me a laugh. And I'm like, you know what? Time to play some games. So I get out of bed, and I game from like 2 a.m. to 9 a.m. this morning until I was like, okay, I need to get a video made. But needless to say, that's why I've not been around for the last 2 days, between my car breaking down and then my car breaking down and then the family emergency that happened while my car broke down. It was a lot. It's been a rough 48 hours, but back in action. Everything's normal. Everything's good to go, and content will commence as normal. So shout out, thank all y'all that stuck with me. Let's see what vital idols we got here in chat. I see there's already 23 y'all up in this bitch. Sergeant Giratina is here. Golden Apples in the house. War Wizard for the 199. Gal Kerriman is here. We got Daxon, the best mind in the whole damn land. Our boy Enzo is in the house. Shout out Enzo. Who else? We got Phone Collecting. The FWC is here. Seabrew, my man with the plan. Stony Kenobi. Hello there. Who else we got? Let's see. Is it Seabrew? We called you out. Sleeping Nova is here. Hail to you, good sir. Butter framed in gold. What up, my digger? Is there anybody else I'm missing? No, I do see a couple supers. I'm gonna hit those. Wire to Bly Wheels. Why is the countercast from Monday not? The countercast from Monday also got the countercast from Monday got blocked worldwide. That's another thing. Yeah, because we were doing the music tier list, or like the Ultimate Halloween playlist. Because we played like music and music videos and whatnot, it got blocked worldwide. So yeah, the Halloween countercast celebration. For those of you that caught it live, that would be the only ones that'll ever get to see it. It got blocked, but that's fine. It doesn't bother me. It got blocked worldwide. It happens. I'm not tripping on it. The Better Purple Clippy, shout out. How you doing? So yeah, needless to say, been a hell of a day. So Subaru came in with that 2-banger. Sorry I don't have much, but here's some. No, dude, never sweat on. First of all, if you can even donate, that's always appreciated. I don't care what the amount is. So the fact that, dude, you never have to apologize. 2-banger, thank you so much. Then Mike Has Bad Knees also coming in with a 10-banger super sticker with the pear flying through the air, the super pear. Thank you both so much. Let's go ahead and play y'all a clip. You know what? Let's get started with this one right here.
I'd fuck one of the robot dogs.
Bingo, bango, bongo. There it is. And then while we're here, what song was it blocked on Countergas? Several of them. There was like 11 of the 20 that got it blocked. So yeah, I didn't even take a look but once. Yo, War Wizard for the 199 says, Grift. Shout out. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Truly appreciated. Let's see. You know what?
Women.
It doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, but it will. That's a preemptive women. And then Gal Kerriman with the 1313. Shout out, truly appreciate it. You guys, I don't deserve you. You're being far too kind. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
And then while I'm calling it out, while we're calling out the individuals coming in hot with the donos, I also want to shout out Angmar, WK, Fear the Clown, sent me a horror game haul on Steam. Truly appreciate it. We got Them and Us. Thank you very much. Let's see, we got Song of Horror. Man, again, truly appreciated. Gore, which just came out today. So, yeah, thank you very much. Y'all know that horror games are my favorite genre, and we'll do a horror game stream tonight if we hit I believe it's tier 2 is what it says on there. Post Trauma, I've not heard of that. Post Trauma, my man, thank you. Hollow Body, and then there's one more, and this one I'm especially excited for because I beat the first one today, Tormented Souls 2. So I told you guys that around 2 a.m. I woke up and I started gaming. I was playing this. I was playing the first one, Tormented Souls. So I guess I can get right to work on the sequel. Dude, shout out. Thank you so much. So yeah, truly appreciate it. Not mean to hit that. Whoops, there we go. Let's see, close. Oh, man. You love to see it, Tormented Souls. I would give Tormented Souls an 8 out of 10. As someone who just beat it today, I would give it an 8 out of 10. But I did really enjoy it. So yes, thank you very much. It means the world to me. Angmar, it is truly appreciated. So yeah, we're all caught up. That's the wonderful intro to the lunch hour. All the gifties are appreciated. The gifted games, the super chats. It means the world to me. So yes, shout out for sure. Rafiki's Finger says it's time. It is time. It is time. And there's a lot to talk about today, guys. There's a lot to talk about. I didn't even get to, the thumbnail and the title. It talks about two things, right? It talks about the AI takeover of YouTube. They're laying off a bunch of individuals. And then the other thing is, oh my goodness, what was the other thing in the title? I don't even remember what's in my own title. Oh, that's right, the RetroAchievements debacle. But man, it's Thursday. You know what Thursday with the lunch hour is the long stream. It go anywhere from like 3 to 5 hours. And I want to start off with something not particularly political. My boy Mugen Lord. Now, for those of you that, if you watch the show, then you know that he has been on plenty of my streams. I've been on his show. Mugen Lord, a good dude. He one of my friends. He one of my homies. He put out an interesting video yesterday. I haven't watched it yet because the title alone made me think, all right, I got to stream this. Not only do I have to stream it, not only do I have to react to it, but I want to open the show with it because it's nice and lighthearted. It's not like hard-hitting political news or culture war stuff, but it is something that I'm personally passionate about because it's about my favorite video game literally of all time, Sonic Adventure. So for you guys that don't know, I almost made a video on it. I didn't, for various reasons. A couple weeks ago, Takashi Iizuka, the leader of Sonic Team, said that they don't plan on doing a remake for Sonic Adventure. Now, I find this to be both a good and a bad thing. So I saw that my boy Mugen Lord made a video. Iizuka is right. Sonic Adventure shouldn't be remade by Sonic Team. I find that to be interesting. So we're going to watch his video. I'm going to commentate on it. And then I'm going to give my thoughts on how I think, whether or not there should or shouldn't be a Sonic Adventure remake. So that being said, let's just get into it, crew.
Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Mugen Lord here, and today I want to talk about Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, I know a lot of you guys on this channel aren't really big Sonic fans here, and that really shows every time I have a Sonic topic video. Like, those videos always performed, like, really, really bad. But
Don't worry, Mugen. Sonic is very hit or miss on my channel. Sometimes my Sonic videos blow the fuck up, including being some of the highest viewed on my channel, and sometimes they flatline with like a couple hundred views. So I feel ya.
I just can't help myself. I just love Sonic the Hedgehog. I've grown up with the character. I love the gameplay. I love the brand on its own, and I always thought he was much more superior to Mario. I know I may get backlash for it, but I just love me some Sonic the Hedgehog. But my favorite era of Sonic was the Sega Dreamcast era when it came to the Sonic Adventure series. Sonic Adventure series was my favorite
era for Sonic.
Form of Sonic, the best 3D Sonic era in my personal opinion.
It's not an opinion.
Now,
He's correct.
When it comes to Sonic Adventure,
right.
If I had to choose between Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, which one was my favorite? I would say Sonic Adventure 1.
Yes! Bro, Mugen coming in with such the clean takes so far. Not only is he talking about the Dreamcast era being the best for Sonic, which it is, but also pulling up Sonic Adventure 1 over Sonic Adventure 2. Like, I get it. Everybody loves 2. 2's good. I love 2. But Sonic Adventure number 1, it's the better game. Shout out Mugen Lord. Yo, what up, AJ?
Despite me loving Sonic Adventure 2 because it gave us Shadow the Hedgehog and Rouge the Bat, and some awesome soundtrack and gameplay, but Sonic Adventure 1 to me was the evolution of Sonic, from stepping from 2D into 3D. I love the hub world, and I just love the interconnected stories that were implemented in Sonic Adventure, and it also had some RPG elements when it comes to equipping certain type of gadgets to allow Sonic and his party to be able to perform certain type of abilities within stages itself.
I sort of agree with that, AJ.
The overall aspect of how you control Sonic and the physics within Sonic Adventure 1 was just the idea.
So Stony Kenobi says Adventure 1 was my childhood game. Really do not want it or think it should be remade. Too many games have been destroyed and legacy diminished due to lazy remakes that did not hold up against nostalgia. Again, I'm gonna wait till the end of Mugen Lord's video to give my thoughts, but when it comes to video game remakes in general, I echo a lot of your sentiments. I'll just say that much right now.
Way to play a 3D Sonic game, and I just wish they elaborated more on that, and we never got a chance to see another Sonic Adventure. And I think what really killed that notion of us ever getting another Sonic Adventure was Sonic 06. I mean, a lot of people rag on Sonic 06, and including myself, because it had a...
First of all, Sonic 06 is basically Sonic Adventure 3 in a lot of respects. And from a story and a story standpoint, from an idea standpoint, from the gameplay in theory, it is a great successor. It's a great follow-up. Now, do we know that it was butchered in the actual release and the development? Yes, for sure. I've talked at length about why that is. But Sonic 06, the game that it could have been, would have been a worthy successor, and I really do like Sonic 06.
A lot of potential there. It's just the execution was just terrible. Everything about it, you can just go on and on about it. But Sonic Adventure, to me, was my personal opinion, was the route to go. So why am I bringing this up?
I completely disagree, Dad.
When I'm mentioning Sonic Adventure. Well, apparently, Sega has no interest in remaking Sonic Adventure at all.
Which is a change of tune. It's a change of tune because Takashi Iizuka... I did make a video on this. This has been a year and a half, maybe even 2 years ago. I did do a video on this, and at one point, now, Sega may not have had an interest in it, But Takashi Iizuka, the head of Sonic Team, outright stated he did have an interest in it. So I'm curious as to why his mind changed, what changed, things like that, because this was not the case relatively recently.
They're not saying that it's off the table. They just don't have no interest in it.
What up, Tailfin?
Now, the Sonic Adventure fan in me, man, I would love a remake, but looking at how gaming has been for this generation, or just for the past decade now, I'm pretty much like not in the camp anymore of wanting a remake to Sonic Adventure because of how poorly mishandled a lot of remakes nowadays have gone through. And
look, I don't know if he's gonna say it or not. For those of you who don't know, he's talking about Final Fantasy VII. Like, if y'all follow Mugen Lore on X, half of Dude's X personality is ragging on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake. Rightfully so, because fuck those games.
Have been experiencing, I kind of don't want them to even touch Sonic Adventure because they wouldn't serve it any justice, and I think they would just ruin it. But let's just get into the article, because there's a lot of things that I really want to talk about and the mindset of why Sega really don't want to do the remake. So we're gonna dive right into it. It's from Bounty in the Comic. It says Sonic Team says no to Sonic Adventure remakes, but Sega could still make it happen. Now, it says in a move that is both admirable and a bit head-scratching considering the sheer amount of relatively easy money being left on the table, Sonic Team has admitted that the main reason behind the current lack of Sonic Adventure remakes is not money, time, or lack of support from Sega or Sonic the Hedgehog fans, but rather their own lack of interest in making it. Now, that was another problem when it comes.
Now, if they lack interest in making it, if the team isn't behind it, if they don't have passion for it, good, don't remake it. Like flat out, regardless of my thoughts on whether I do or don't want to remake, you can tell when there's no passion behind a game. You know, you can tell when it's being done by committee. You can tell when it's being done because they're contractually obligated to. If you're going to have someone do a remake of not just Sonic Adventure, but any game, the team needs to be all in and committed and passionate about it, because we as the gamers can feel that passion when we play.
Comes to remake, this statement right here where they mentioned that it's just easy money left on the table. And this is where I believe that a lot of these studios and their mindset when it comes to remake is that, yes, remakes is easy money on the table.
Yo, Smooth the DJ Raid, thank you so much.
They don't really do these remakes any justice at all. They can just take these remakes, bastardize it, and they know that no matter what, fans like me who really wants to see these games remade is going to go out and buy it and check it out for ourselves, because we really yearn for a modernization of our favorite titles. And thus is the reason why we have what we have, is this dilemma when it comes to remakes right now. And is
well, not only is, I mean, he's correct. That is why we have the dilemma we're in when it comes to the remakes, but it's beyond that. So because the gaming market is so volatile right now. I mean, we're seeing massive layoffs. We're seeing gaming is the biggest it's ever been, and frankly, I think we're looking at another video game industry bubble burst. The same way we had the video game crash in the 80s, I think that we're headed towards another one. I know a lot of people think we're headed towards another one, but we're also in this culture where, since nothing new is being made because people don't want to take a chance on new IPs or new ideas, remake and reskin and reboot slop are all the, not just video games, but in culture in general. And, you know, people, like, he's right. People will buy things purely for nostalgia, and that's, I mean, that's just as much on the fault of the consumer or the customer, you know, us, as it is the people making it. Like, I don't want to be one to defend the industry. You all know how much I make videos ragging on the industry. But the fault is partly on us, at least the people that do support that sort of shit. People will pay for stuff that they've already paid for. They'll buy things they've already bought just to get that sweet, sweet nostalgia. A company not capitalizing on that when, you know, people have been trained like seals to just eat up this remake slop, yeah, it'd be retarded for a company not to capitalize on that. I mean, that's capitalism at work, baby.
Funny how we just talked about remakes. This may be just a theme of remakes this week. We just already talked about Capcom and about how they I
did a video on this exact same subject. If you haven't watched it, check it out. Actually, the video did very well for my channel, so yeah.
View their classics versus their remakes. And now we're here right now with the opposite, what Sega talking about. Hey, they just don't have no interest
Okay, bro,
in it,
I've played
in
the
making these remakes,
in fact, there's a stream on my channel
all.
of me playing
So
the Unreal Engine Ocarina of Time remake.
But they give a reason why. It's a Sonic team's disinterest in revisiting either the Bluebirds Dreamcast outings or their respective enhanced Nintendo GameCube releases like Sonic DX and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle was confirmed by the original director Iizuka, who since 2008 has served as the studio's top boss during a recent interview given to the BBC regarding his team's latest release, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, which is an amazing racing game. You definitely need to go check it out. And I'm going to do a review on it and give you my thoughts and opinions. And
I am 2 trophies away from 100% completing Sonic Cross Worlds Racing, and like, really I'm only 1 trophy away, because when I get this last trophy, it'll proc the final trophy, which is get every trophy, or every achievement, because it's on Steam. And like, the thing is, this final achievement is going to take me so long, because I will have to amass so much in-game currency. Like, it's driving me mad, and I don't want to get bored of the game. So I've put Racing Cross Worlds, or Cross World Racing, on the back burner for now, because like, I love the game, but I don't want to burn myself out on it just because I'm trying to grind through to get that final trophy.
Everything about the game, so stay tuned for that. So it says, asks about a potential for either game to eventually receive a remake treatment. Iizuka informed his host that Sonic Team was more interested in experimenting with current day hardware to create richer.
No, stop. I don't like that word. I don't like that word. Don't say experimenting. Don't. Experimenting is bad. Okay? Frontiers wasn't much of an experiment. In fact, what Frontiers was, it was a solid 7 out of 10, right? Frontiers was a solid 7 out of 10. Which for a modern Sonic game, like an 11 out of 10, right? Don't experiment. Back to basics. Don't remake Sonic Adventure, but do what Frontiers did, which was, at least in large part, get back to that adventure style formula. You know, give us momentum, give us homing attacks, give us none of that on-rails shit. Like, don't, for the love of God, don't experiment. Do Frontiers again, but do better and improve on it. Frontiers was a nice, solid foundation. That wasn't much more, but it was a foundation. Just build on that foundation. Like go back to, at least when it comes to control schemes and whatnot, go back to basics. Do what Adventure did. Do what Adventure 2 did. That's when Sonic feels best in 3D. I don't want experimentation.
More complex, more interesting worlds than looking back at the past. I quote, instead of using all the time and energy to remake a game that people have already experienced,
fuck off, Tebow,
make a brand new game instead. So I understand what they're saying too. And as I said before, I wouldn't want them to remake. Now, I wouldn't turn it down if they decide to, but at this point in time, I just don't want them remaking Sonic Adventure, because I don't think they would do it any justice. And they are also right. They can spend all that time and effort and resources to create new experiences. I am curious to see where they would take Sonic next. Now, in my personal opinion, I'm not really a big fan of the Boost generation. I did like Sonic Generation.
I'm not either. I'm right there with him. Like, there's some key moments. You know, I like key moments in Unleashed. I love Sonic Generations. I do. I love Sonic Generations, but that's more for the gimmick than the actual game itself. But like in general, the Boost stuff, it's not near. I mean, it's not near as satisfying as the gameplay of Adventure 2, Heroes, even Shadow the Hedgehog. Frankly, if Sonic 06 functioned properly, it would be a banger. How do I know this? Because fans, what was it called? Project 06. I've got it downloaded on my PC. Project 06 is a 100% from the ground up, rebuilt, fixed version of Sonic 06. And when you can play the game the way it was meant to be played with none of the bugs or anything like that, it's awesome. It's great. For anyone that has not played the fan-made fixed version of 06 called Sonic Project 06, I highly recommend it. It will change your opinion on that game. It's incredible. So the point is, nothing the Boost generation did will ever hit those highs.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I have Project 06 on my PC, butterframed in gold. It's great.
I'm tired of the Boost. I do want to see them do something different. Now, Sonic Frontier, people said it's a good game. To me, I don't care about Sonic Frontiers. That's still not what I want from a Sonic.
And you know what? Fair enough. Sonic Frontiers was pretty mixed for people. I'll always say, I liked it. I liked it a lot, especially after all the updates came out. All the free updates, which was super cool. But it is still very much a foundation. All right, it is bare bones. It's a foundation. I want them to continue the way that Sonic controls and stuff in open world. Evolve that, like take that, give it more like adventure style gameplay mechanics. Build off that. That is when Sonic is at his best.
Sonic game, but I'm still holding on and still waiting for that Sonic game that's going to grab my attention. And hopefully we do see something that's like that takes some inspiration from Sonic Adventure while trying something completely different.
Agreed.
So
Well, I don't know, completely different,
open
but
to see what they do next with Sonic. So yes, I do agree with that when it comes to the developer Izuka saying that, hey, let's just try to do something different, create a different experience. And I'm all for that. I continue. He said, I think the team is really interested in taking that amount of time and energy and effort to really bring new experiences to players. However, while Sonic Team may not have any plans to revisit Sonic's first proper 3D adventure, Izuka clarified that this does not mean no one ever would, as on Sega's end. If they wanted to, if they don't have it in their capacity as a team, they can also outsource it to lots of talented people who are big Sonic fans that could do it justice. Now, that would I'll be in agreement for. Now, I did say that if Sega was to do it, Sega wouldn't do it any justice. But if we got an example from Sonic Mania, a game that was pretty much developed by fans,
correct,
and seen the amount of praise that they've gotten, and I have the game myself and enjoyed every bit of it. Now, if you give it to some hardcore fans who are developers who love Sonic Adventure and they decide they wanted to remake it, I would love to see what they do with it, because they would definitely.
Well, and also we've had fans do. I don't know if you guys have seen footage of this on YouTube, but it's beautiful. It's brilliant. Hey, shout out! Thanks for that, Pouty. I'll get to that after this video. It's beautiful and it's brilliant, and it's called Sonic Adventure 2 Redux. I've not bothered playing it yet because I'm like, it cooks people's PCs, and my PC is hanging on by a thread. I'm in the process of building a new one, as you guys know. So I have not tried it yet, but I've watched a lot of gameplay of it. It's also still like in development. It's 100% fan made, but it's basically if Sonic Adventure 2 were remade from the ground up, modern graphics, modern controls, the whole nine, done by fans, and it looks amazing. It looks incredible. So like it is something that fans are doing and working on, and it's out there. Yeah, like Sega, say what you will at Sega, but Sega has been incredible when it comes to the fan community for Sonic. Sega has always said they've given the go-ahead for fans to do all their own fan-made, do anything you want, fan-made Sonic games and whatnot, so long as you don't profit from it. Sega is very, very responsive to the Sonic fan-made game community. And so, in fact, again, Sega hired Christian Whitehead and crew to do Sonic Mania.
Do it some justice, while at the same time giving us the quality of life features to fit modern standards that make sense, and it gels well with the mechanics of Sonic Adventure's remake. And that also, if it does well, if we get developers who are fans that give it some justice, this could also spark interest within Sonic Team and even Sega themselves to actually continue on the Sonic Adventure franchise. And I would love for a day like that to happen. And if they do continue it, they just use that same exact team that remade the games. I would love that. I would definitely love that. While the BBC's question and Izuka's subsequent answers centered on the Sonic Adventure series, Sonic Team's forward-facing philosophy likely applies to all of his past games, including those entries that could use a remaster, or at the very least a substantial tightening up of their controls and gameplay, like Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, which was ass, or either.
Okay, all right, hold on. Shadow the Hedgehog was not ass. I actually replayed Shadow the Hedgehog relatively recently, like within the last 2 years or so. It's not ass. In fact, go to YouTube, type in Shadow the Hedgehog game, Shadow the Hedgehog 2005 or whatnot. It's gotten a resurgence over the last couple of years. People are realizing that maybe it wasn't as bad as they initially thought. Like, it's getting a lot of love over the last couple of years, especially in the streaming space, the YouTube space. Now, how much of that's because people are going back to old games because modern games suck dick? Maybe there's a case for that, but the point is, Shadow the Hedgehog has actually aged decently well.
The Wii exclusive storybook games, which I didn't like, Sonic and the Secret Rings and the Black Knight. And sadly, this also means that we're unlikely to see any past titles given the collection treatment, in particular, like Sonic Advance, Sonic Rush series, and the franchises like Sonic Riders, Sonic Rivals, racing outings. Regardless of what lies in store for the Sonic and his friends, Sega and Sonic Team's new Sonic Racing Cross World is both available and is a pretty damn good game. And I definitely agree with that. It is a pretty damn good game, which we'll talk about in a later video. But yes, I totally understand. I totally get what Iizuka is saying. They rather put all that time and effort in a new Sonic experience, and I'm all for that. But that being said, if they do remake it, I would much rather Sega outsource it to actual fans of the series, because fans know even more than what the developers understand about their own game that they develop. And I think in the hands of actual fans of Sonic Adventure, I think they would do a pretty damn good remake. So the fact is that they're saying that remake is not off the table, and I'm just speculating here. I wouldn't be surprised them saying the whole outsourcing thing. I wouldn't be surprised that they are currently outsourcing it right now. I'm just saying, this is just me speculating, because every time you have this corporate talk, it's always sometimes some underlying message underneath it at times. So if there is a remake in the works and it's being outsourced by actual fans, I can't wait to see what that will look like if that happens to be the case. And as I said before, these are just my own speculations and my own theories of what I believe. But yes, Iizuka is right. I think they should just create a new Sonic experience, and I'm looking forward to see what they do at the Sonic Frontiers, even though I don't care about Frontiers, but I would love to see what they would do.
I need to have a conversation with Moogan Lord about his issues with
what's most important to me is how
Frontiers.
Sonic controls, the physics, and also the level designs, and just the options to be able to do what you want with Sonic in a Sonic game, you know? So I would definitely love to see what they have in store for the future of Sonic. I think they're on a good track, no pun intended, especially when it comes to Sonic Cross Worlds Racing, which is a phenomenal game. Played it with you guys on live streams, and definitely would do more live streams in the future. So with that being said, I would love to see what the future holds the Sonic franchise moving forward, especially after how well received Sonic Cross Worlds are. But definitely let me know what your thoughts about a Sonic remake, and the fact that Sonic or Sonic Team doesn't really have any real interest in remaking the original. And if they do remake the original, would you want a remake of Sonic Adventure? Definitely let me know in the comment section below. And what is your favorite 3D Sonic game era? Is it the Adventures? Is it the Boost era? Is it even the storybook games? Let me know in the comments section
Nobody's
below. If you
favorite
like the video,
storybook
hit the like
games.
button,
Come on
subscribe
now,
button
Mugen.
for more gaming content here on this channel. This is Mugen Lord signing off. I'll see you game fiends later. Peace out.
All right, yeah, excellent video from Mugen Lord. Excellent video from Mugen Lord. If you guys aren't subbed to my boy, if you guys don't watch his content, you need to. I'm gonna link it in the chat down below. Now, as for my thoughts on this, as for my thoughts on whether or not we need a Sonic Adventure remake, it's sort of a twofold answer, right? Because on the one hand, I actually echo a lot of his sentiments. Given the state of modern gaming, no, Sonic Adventure is literally my single favorite video game of all time. If you're just, yo, Leon, name your favorite game, Sonic Adventure. It'll always be that. It's never changed. It hasn't changed in 25-ish years. It would 26 actually, because it came out in '99 in America, and like it won't change anytime soon. I played through that game probably 3 or 4 times a year. That being said, there is a case for it, being remade, and that is when you look at things like the Spyro Reignited trilogy, the Crash Insane trilogy. Like, if you're going to remake this game, it needs to be remade from the ground up, and it needs to keep the exact, like everything needs to stay the same in terms of the gameplay loop. Nothing will, re-release, redo the audio, that's fine, redo the audio, redo the voice recordings, whatnot, obviously pretty up the graphics, but do what Spyro did, do what Crash did, and basically just give some not accessibility, some quality of life updates. I swear to God, Leon changed his favorite game. Dude, hit chat, for all y'all know me, have I not always said consistently the Sonic Adventure is my favorite game? Everyone, shame Hypno, shame him. But yeah, no, like, that's, if we were to get, in a perfect world, a remake of Sonic Adventure that is done in that vein, then I'd be all for it. But I don't think that's the route they go. When you look at what they did with Resident Evil, when you look at what they did with Final Fantasy, when you look at even like not even full remakes, but remastered versions like Oblivion, which for the most part stayed faithful, and then you dig deep into the nitty gritty and you see all the censorship and changes they made. Like, yeah, I don't trust Sega. Sega, and as well as many other Japanese companies, are pretty much bowing and kowtowing to Western sensibilities. There's just been way too many changes and alterations for quote-unquote remakes over the last several years. So, yeah, I'm not for it. But in a perfect world, I would want one. Yeah, those are my thoughts on the matter. Let me know yours in the comments down below. Or let me know on X and find me at Bolt the Word. And please subscribe. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day. Not always about video games or Sonic the Hedgehog, but anime, movies, music, Magic the Gathering, you name it. Check me out on Instagram at wordsparadise_Leon and become a member. For $4.99 a month, you can join the Discord. Choose the articles you go over on a day-to-day basis. Choose the videos to react to on the live streams. And, of course, get involved with over 200 other vital idols. We are a bright, beautiful, glowing, vibrant community that I cannot wait to grow even further. Because we do care about diversity. Only one kind of diversity. Diversity of thought. That's interesting to you. Join the Discord, subscribe. And until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise. Obviously, we're not ending the stream. We have only been going for about 30, 40 minutes at this point. But in case I decide to clip that into a video, we need to get that taken care of. Speaking of, this is true. You have always a song adventure, and I hate that game. Yes, exactly. Serranos. Pretty sure the game was after your time, so you know it makes sense. Piranha Bout came in with that two-banger. Glad to see you're back. Hi, Leonidas. Yes, I am back after a whirlwind. Those of you guys that were here from the beginning of the stream, you know, heard about and whatnot. Not going to get into it again. But after a whirlwind of the last 48 hours, I am back. Man, it was a rough one. But yeah, shout out. Again, guys, make sure you sub to Mugen Lord if you're not subbed to him already. And that's going to be it for the Sonic topic. I wanted to get off on, you know, do something little simple to start the stream. It's just sort of a welcome back sort of thing. But now we're going to get into the good shit. We're going to get into some good shit because this popped across my timeline a few days ago. Okay, yeah, so it says it's 11 days old. I saw this on my timeline 4 or 5 days ago, and I bookmarked it, and we were going to talk about it yesterday, but I didn't stream yesterday. Guys, the title alone had me rolling. The title had me rolling. Gaming feminists just discovered Islam, and it's not going well. Oh, let's see. Let's see what these gaming feminists have learned about Islam. I'm not super familiar with Lady Decade. I've seen a couple of her videos. So more or less, this is going to be due to me. Let's do it.
Gaming feminists just discovered Islam and it's not going well. The Gina Davis Institute on Gender in Media, a self-proclaimed moral authority on representation, has become a shockingly influential force behind some of gaming's most loathed modern trends, from forced diversity quotas to algorithmic inclusivity audits that reduce creative work to box-ticking exercises. In previous...
How she made this shit sound so academic? How she made this shit sound so academic? Like when fucking me or Will the fans talk about this, we just sound like raging, you know, homophobic white boy chuds. Which, don't get me wrong, we are, and that's why we're awesome. But she sounds professional. I need to take some notes. God damn. And see, they try and say we hate women. I'm only what, 24 seconds in. I'm already pretty spun on liking this woman.
Uploads, I've exposed how they do this using literal box-ticking documents within their GDI playbook, a framework explicitly designed to quantify diversity in character design, dialogue, and narrative structure. According to their own website, this system has been adopted across the entertainment industry, influencing everything from Hollywood productions to video game development pipelines. What began as guidance for fairer representation has quietly evolved into a creative straitjacket that dictates how stories are told.
I don't know. Kotaku been telling me that this is all in our heads, that we're making this up, that Hypno's making it up, that Jay Viper's making it up, that I'm making it up. Like, from everything I've been being told by all these mainstream journalists that clearly have their pulse on the fingers of society, or their fingers on the pulse of society, that none of this is true. Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what we think it does. I mean, go to Reddit, r/saltier-than-crate, and they think that we're all a bunch of losers that are just making this shit up for attention. Games are inherently left-wing, and that all things are political. But I don't know, she's making a pretty compelling case and showing receipts, so it doesn't seem all made up to me.
The result has been devastating for storytelling. Writers and artists are no longer free to create characters that feel real, flawed, or even beautiful. They're pressured to conform to ideological templates that value messaging over.
Precious to conform to ideological templates. Like, it just rolls off the tongue.
Meaning. Worse still, the Institute's philosophy reduces creativity to compliance, framing women as fragile collectives in need of narrative protection and treating sexuality and identity as statistics to be managed.
I mean, to be fair, women are fragile. That's kind of why we're in the state we're in right now. If you look at, all the pandering and hand-holding and diminishing of what's been going on specifically with femininity in gaming, yeah, women are pretty fragile. And, until they tell you they're a strong, independent woman that don't need no man, all of a sudden they're not fragile then, but they're so fragile they can't handle an anime character or a video game character with some big titties. So, I don't know, you tell me, woman, what's up with all this fragility?
What's come is a generation of lifeless characters stripped of individuality, complexity, and humanity. It's why so many modern AAA games feel soulless. Their casts shaped not by imagination, but by fear of breaking the rules written by people who no longer understand what makes a good story. And
see, I am going to disagree with her there. She says who no longer understand what makes a good story. See, no longer understand would imply that at one point they did understand. And that's not the case. The people that did understand what makes a good story are no longer working in the industry. They've all been pushed out. So, yeah, needless to say, the people that came in and are doing the storytelling and the writing and the development and the code and all that, they didn't know from the jump.
Get this, the very same group of people who insist that pride flags should appear in every game, in every menu, and on every loading screen, are now the ones preaching.
I hope this broad, I get it, she got a UK accent. I hope she's not actually in the UK. She straight up could get arrested for this video, son.
To us about Islam. Providing us with yet another playbook to scrutinise, yet this one is dedicated to completely how they think Muslim women should be shown on screen. So please, sit back, relax.
Yeah, because we can't ask real Muslim women how they should be shown on screen, because real Muslim women aren't allowed to talk without permission from their husbands and or fathers, and sometimes those are the same person.
And prepare yourself, because today we're diving into one of the most unintentionally poor documents ever written about religion and representation. This is what happens when gaming feminists and gender theorists who can't write a believable woman to save their lives decide they're qualified to redefine Islam for the entertainment industry. It's preachy, it's patronising, and it's just as out of touch as you would expect. So, with that said, I am Lady Decade, and if you enjoy a good counter narrative.
Bro, she's just now doing her intro. She's like, that being said, I'm Lady Decade, and she's 2.5 minutes in. She got us hooked for 2.5 minutes before she even said her, before she even got into the introduction of who she is. What a well-crafted video thus far.
Narrative.
If I was Muslim, which I'm not, obviously, because, fucking disgusting, right? But if I was, 2.5 minutes is all it would have taken for me to forsake Allah and convert, dude.
Then hit that subscribe button. Let's talk about the gaming feminists who are pretending to understand Islam. Religion plays a bigger role in some people's lives than gaming ever could, though judging by how some of these activists write, you'd think that they're the ones founding a new faith. But if you'd rather spend your time playing games rather than being preached at about them, let me remind you that I can help you access all of the best modern releases for next to nothing. Use my links to get 38% off a Silent Hill F, 29% off Black Myth Wukong, 24% off a Final Fantasy Tactics The Ivalice Chronicles.
I can't believe I haven't picked that up yet. Damn. Final Fantasy Tactics is my favorite Final Fantasy game. I really need to pick up Ivalice Chronicles.
And up to 90% off of pretty much any game that you can think of. So,
yeah, I know this is an ad, Sony Kenobi, but we always let the ad reads play out, because if we're going to be using these individuals' content for our own, the least I could do is let them do their ad reads.
And I hope you enjoy the rest of this video. The Surviving to Thriving the Muslim Women on-Screen Test is a checklist created by the Gina Davis Institute on Gender in Media that's meant to assess how Muslim...
That was a whole lot of words for shit that shouldn't even fucking exist. The Gina Davis Institute for hold on, what was it? Like gender and media?
Created by the Gina Davis Institute on Gender in Media, that's
Yeah, the Gina Davis Institute for Gender in Media, i.e. pointless bullshit that was made up by people who went to college for a degree that won't ever matter with too much goddamn time on their hands and way too much World Economic Forum government grant money. But that's just my opinion.
meant to assess
Oh, we're kidding. That's a fucking fact.
how Muslim women are portrayed in film, television, and games. It's designed to measure whether characters move beyond stereotypes such as being oppressed or voiceless, and instead are shown as
Caravaggio says, I subscribed. She started an OnlyFans 2 weeks ago. Hot take, that's not necessarily a big deal. Like, OnlyFans has this, reputation for being, like the whore app, which, it is. However, I got friends that do OnlyFans that don't do any sexual content whatsoever. Like, 40K Empress. So OnlyFans didn't start off as a whore app. OnlyFans started off as, like, a place literally for, it was supposed to be, like, for extra behind-the-scenes content for your fans, for musicians and things of that effect. 40K Empress has an OnlyFans, and she doesn't do anything lewd or lascivious or anything to that effect. She shares workout tips and shows, it's literally, she uses it for its intended purpose. So yeah, I mean, just having an OnlyFans doesn't inherently mean anything bad. I think Lady Dega's OnlyFans just cosplay stuff. So her video about making OnlyFans was actually pretty funny. Yeah, so it could be for use as Patreon type stuff as well. That's what OnlyFans was initially founded for. So point is, if you see a creator and you're interested in their stuff and you're anti-whore culture as you should be, don't let them being an having an OnlyFans immediately turn you off to it, because there are creators out there that actually use OnlyFans for its intended purpose.
driving individuals with agency, depth, and positive representation. As one would expect, though, if you have watched any of my other videos on GDI, in practice, it of course functions like yet another ideological scoring system, reducing complex cultural and religious identities to a set of criteria for studios to tick off in order to appear progressive, rather than encouraging genuine understanding or nuanced storytelling. In its Muslim Women on-Screen test, the Institute warns creators against what they refer to as exotic or highly sexualized depictions of Muslim women.
To be fair, it is very difficult to sexualize a woman when all you can see is their eyes, because the burqa and the robes cover everything else.
Citing characters such as wives, belly dancers, or enslaved sex workers as products of Islam's image problem.
So basically, they're saying all the shit that is absolutely real about how women are treated in Muslim cultures and Muslim countries, and frankly, Islam itself. Yeah, don't do none of that when creating your game. Real authentic of you. Isn't Street Baby Inc. and all these other DEI activists, consultation companies, whole thing? We want to make sure that there's authentic portrayals of these non-straight, non-white, non-male characters and stories. Well, if you're looking for authentic representation, shouldn't you show off the fact that that Muslim women are often treated like shit and forced into sexual subservience and slavery and not allowed to drive or even talk? Frankly, as someone who doesn't really want to play as a woman in my games, I'd actually be okay with playing as let's say, true to life Muslim representation of a woman, because at least the female character will be fucking quiet while I game.
While it might sound noble at first glance, the irony is that this statement exposes a spectacular level of ignorance the very moment the document begins. The authors confidently wade into history armed with nothing but buzzwords, blissfully unaware that the dance they're referencing predates Islam by several millennia. Archaeological and historical evidence traces its roots back to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. Ritual movements tied to fertility and goddess worship devoted to deities like Isis and Ishtar long before the Quran existed. It's the kind of mistake that only happens when activists try to rewrite history with nothing but a few bad takes and a sociology degree.
I don't have anything to add. That was just based. That was just fucking awesome. I obviously I need to posit and give my thoughts for, fair use and transformative content's sake, but bro, what can I add to that? She was spot the fuck on.
In fact, the UCLA Encyclopedia of Egyptology notes that the oldest depictions of dance come from the pre-dynastic period, 4000 to 3200 BC, depicting female figures, perhaps goddesses or priestesses, dancing with upraised arms. Islam, by contrast, was founded in the 7th century AD. That represents a historical...
Yes, I'm so glad you brought it up. That was something that I was going to say a minute ago, but like I didn't feel like it was relevant. Yeah, people really overestimate how old Islam is. Like the most ancient teachings of like the Prophet Muhammad and whatnot didn't come about until supposedly 700 years after his supposed events. Everything that they say, like the historical truths, the facts about Islam, the first writings about the adventures of the Prophet Muhammad were accounted 700 years after they supposedly happened. Contrast that to, let's say, Jesus Christ, for example. Some of the earliest canonized writings were from 30 to 40 years AD. So it's like, first of all, the vast majority of mainstream historians and scientists all acknowledge, we're not 99% acknowledge, Jesus was a real historical figure. There's really no debate about that. Whether he's the son of God or whatever, this doesn't need to get into a religious thing. But we have first-hand historical accounts of references to Jesus Christ from 30 to 40 AD. Writings about Muhammad didn't come about till 700 AD. She knows her history, which I really appreciate.
Gap of over 3 millennia, yet somehow a 21st century media consultancy group has decided to conflate this ancient pre-Islamic tradition with a modern Muslim identity stereotype. And worst of all, they call that progress. The irony, of course, is that in its zeal to protect Muslim women from misrepresentation, the Gina Davis Institute has ended up committing a quiet...
War Wizard 109 says Jesus was the son of Yahweh, which I'll say so Leon doesn't have to. I mean, I'll say it when it's relevant. I just don't think it's relevant because I was purely talking about historical fact as opposed to bringing up the religious aspect. I ain't got no bones about hiding the fact that, I'm Christian or anything, or any of my beliefs. It just wasn't relevant in that instance because I was speaking from a historical, secular point of view for that point.
Act of cultural erasure. An ancient multicultural art form has been stripped of its diverse origins and repackaged as a purely Islamic symbol with thousands of years of history bulldozed to fit a modern activist narrative. What was once a shared human heritage has been overwritten by ideology, a perfect example of how identity politics can erase the very cultures it pretends to defend. For the record,
Emphasis
belly
on
dancing
pretends.
isn't universally accepted within the Islamic world. It's outright banned in countries such as Saudi Arabia, Iran and Afghanistan, where conservative interpretations of Islam view the dance as indecent or un-Islamic. Yet, in other Muslim-majority nations, it remains an integral part of local culture. In Egypt, Lebanon and Turkey, for example,
Look at that, boys. Look at that.
belly dancing is woven into social celebrations, weddings and regional folklore, not as a religious expression but as a form of artistic and cultural heritage which, as already mentioned, predates Islam.
Man, a few years ago, I say a few years ago, this is like 15 fucking years ago, 15 years or so ago, I went to a Renaissance fair, right? And it was dope. It was awesome. The Ren fair was sick as fuck. And they had like a belly dancer performance, which was super cool in theory, but only one of the belly dancers was thin and the other two were fat, and like that defeats the purpose because we all know that fat people are gross. Like, how you gonna have 3 belly dancers and 2 of them be fucking fatties? Like, no, I ain't about that life. The one not fat one was hot though. She was nice. I remember her.
By centuries. It's a reminder that the Islamic world is not a monolith. Cultural practices vary enormously from one country to another, reducing a dance with ancient diverse roots to a single religious lens ignores the very...
Valiant Ghost says jelly dancers. That's fucking diabolical.
Cultural richness that makes it endure. Then again, what else can we expect from the Gina Davis Institute? Both the Muslim Women on-Screen test and the GDI playbook claim to guide creators towards more respectful portrayals, presenting themselves as tools of cultural sensitivity, frameworks to ensure Muslim women aren't depicted as oppressed, exotic, or background decoration. Yet
They are okay. Oppressed or background decoration. Like they are literally both of those things, guys. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you are a Muslim woman, and I feel like look, I got a pretty wide casting net as far as my audience goes. I get liberals, I get conservatives, I get men, I get women, I get Americans, I get Canadians, I get you people in the UK, I even get Japanese and Korean viewers. However, I feel like the demographic watching me, like of all the folk watching me, Muslim women probably real low on that list. So for those of you that are unaware, yes, Muslim women are both oppressed and are background decorations. Like, if you want to do a tier list of background decorations, you got Muslim women here, and you got Hassan Piker's dog right here.
Reading them closely reveals something far more troubling. Islam isn't treated as a vast and complex civilization with its own history, philosophy, and internal diversity, but as just another checkbox in the Western activist spreadsheet of marginalized identities. Its rich traditions are flattened to conform to modern Western ideological norms, regardless of whether those norms have any foundation in Islamic belief or historical reality. Much like
It's funny, these activists want to praise Islamic culture and they want to raise it to the high heavens, and yet they actually treat women like the way that good Christians treat their women, while ironically enough outwardly displaying a vitriol and hatred for Christianity. It's the irony is of course lost on them, but not on me.
many of the games they influenced, GDI produced some truly cringe-worthy reading. One of the most striking issues within the Institute's broader work is its assumption that Western feminist frameworks can simply be mapped onto non-Western faiths, as though the cultural and theological dynamics of Islam mirrored those of secular democracies. It treats all women as seeking liberation in the same way, and
I love this. Yes, the Western feminist movement tries to basically raise up Islamic women and treat them as one of their own, as if there's such a thing as feminism in these Islamic countries. Do you want to know what feminism is in Islamic countries? Getting fucking stoned to death. They don't have a word for it, but that's what happens.
for the same reasons, collapsing vast moral and spiritual differences into a single Western narrative of progress. Even the Institute's own documentation acknowledges this shortcoming, admitting that the entire framework applies Western feminist theory to
And they say this isn't happening. And these fucking journalists at Polygon and Kotaku and The Gamer and, all these outlets that are shutting down and going out of business because we are the media now, they're quoting and they're using the Gina Davis Institute as their frame of reference, when even the Gina Davis Institute in their opening statement states the entire framework applies Western feminist theory. Things that don't fucking exist in goddamn Iran.
Western cultures without adequately accounting for how colonialism and
Phone Collecting asks, why doesn't Hassan date Islam women? The answer to that's obvious. It is because Hassan Piker is gay.
Orientalism created the stereotypes they're trying to address. This isn't a minor oversight, but an ideological blind spot. The feminism shaping the GDI's guidance emerged from a
I don't think it's a blind spot. Once again, I'm going to disagree with Lady Decade. I feel like she's being charitable here. A blind spot is something that you don't know you have 9 times. You can be aware of your blind spots, but oftentimes blind spot is used in terms of you don't realize you have it. This is willful ignorance. It is intentional ignorance, not a blind spot. They know this, but they are intentionally ignoring it.
A post-Enlightenment worldview that prioritizes personal autonomy and liberation from tradition, values that naturally conflict with religions, such as Islam, which define freedom through submission to divine law rather than independence from it. This kind of thinking isn't new. In fact, it's part of a much older Western habit of moral grandstanding disguised as compassion. Even the anthropologist Laila Abu-Lughod, hardly a conservative voice, warned about this in her essay, Do Muslim Women Really Need Saving?, pointing out how Western elites use the language of women's rights as a moral cover for cultural interference, treating the veil as a symbol of oppression rather than an expression of faith. The women of GDI are a new self-appointed moral class using liberation as a justification for lecturing everyone else. And now it's apparently with PowerPoint slides and diversity jargon. The same moral pattern is evident in the Institute's language, only now the Western elites have been replaced by media consultants, and the rhetoric of salvation has been rebranded as inclusion. Muslim.
Let's take the Islamic women aspect out of this, and let's just talk about their depictions of Muslims and gaming in general. Bro, why do all these Muslims look like, these jacked, handsome dudes? Man, you ever watch Crown Jewel, WWE at Saudi Arabia, and you got all these, like, Saudi princes and shit sitting ringside? Bro, they ain't looking all chiseled like they can fucking 1v1 you as if they're real-life Tekken characters. They're a bunch of fat dudes in robes. Like, why you got these Adonis-looking Islamic males when if you look at the dudes in charge of Saudi Arabia, they look just as much like Jabba the Hutt as goddamn Frogan.
Women are no longer portrayed as needing rescue from despotic husbands or patriarchal societies, but from portrayals that fail to reflect Western progressive values. This isn't to say that criticism of injustice in Muslim societies is invalid, far, far, far from it, but it must begin from an understanding of how those societies define morality, not from a framework that treats secular feminism as a universal truth. In trying to liberate Muslim women, the Institute reproduces the very colonial logic it claims to have outgrown. Only now the sermon comes via corporate diversity workshops. Perhaps the most revealing flaw in this framework is how quietly it folds Islam into the language of Western identity politics, treating it not as...
These are the same outlets, mind you. These are the same outlets that they claim to uplift and love Islam, Islamic cultures, Muslim cultures, things of that effect, that were throwing a bitch fit, downright crying in the Wheaties, that Saudi Arabia bought EA. Like, you're gonna need to pick one. Either you love Islam, you love the Muslim communities, you think the Muslim voices need to be heard, or you fucking hate them because you think they're gonna take the homos out of your games. You can't have it both ways. We on to you.
A faith rooted in divine law and centuries of civilization, but just another marginalised group to be slotted neatly alongside the LGBTQIA+ community, racial minorities, and women in STEM. It's an absurd reduction, a world religion followed by nearly 2 billion people across vastly different cultures, boiled down to a checkbox on the same activist spreadsheet as office diversity training. It's the literal height of Western narcissism to assume that a global faith needs to be explained or reframed through the same buzzwords used in HR seminars. The idea that Muslim women in Cairo or Jakarta exist within the same socio-political category as corporate interns in San Francisco isn't cultural diversity, it's condescension disguised as compassion. This approach doesn't elevate...
I don't think so. I don't think it's condescension disguised as compassion, because they would have to be aware of what they're doing. I don't think they are. Like, I truly think that these individuals behind these sort of institutes that have these sorts of degrees in things like feminism and lesbian dance theory, they don't even realize they are being condescending for it to be condescension disguised as empathy. I mean, like, I truly think they are that ignorant. Now, I agree with her point about it being narcissistic for sure, but I truly think that they are that ignorant that they do not see the incongruent faction between Islamic, between the Islamic religion and feminism, and how the two cannot coexist.
Islam, it belittles it. Islam isn't a lifestyle choice or a social identity, it's a complete moral and metaphysical system that shapes law, art, ethics and daily life for billions. It's patronising in the extreme, as though an ancient civilization needs validation from a Hollywood think tank. The self-importance and moral hubris of these people disgusts me. This bizarre view of where one of the world's major religions fits into modern society runs through the DEI playbook like a thread of unexamined ideology. The document openly assumes that all so-called marginalised groups share the same political priorities: LGBTQIA+, affirmation, gender fluidity and other distinctly Western concepts.
Now, mind you, when it comes to the political priority, like, obviously y'all know I ain't no fan of Islam. I find Islam to be quite the disgusting religion. However, if we're gonna talk about their political priorities, look, broken clocks right twice a day, and I agree with them on that LGBTQIA elemental PQRSTUV123 shit.
Without the slightest acknowledgement that the
Leon, read my question. As far as what denomination I am, I'm non-denominational Christian. You're right, I'm not Catholic. I'm a non-denominational. I mean, you could say I'm Protestant because I'm not Catholic. But at the end of the day, my Christian leanings come down to basically my study of theology in general, as opposed to actually picking a sect. So yeah, I mean, the closest you'll say is Protestant, but I'm like, there's no particular sect that I adhere to. Sorry, I wish I had a better answer for you.
Muslim community holds an entirely different set of moral, cultural and theological beliefs. It's a comforting fiction, the notion that every group share a common struggle and therefore a common set of values, but it collapses under even mild theological scrutiny. Islam, by its own definition, is not an identity. It's a literal submission to divine law. Its moral code doesn't sway with the latest social media trend. It's grounded in the Quran and over a millennium of scholarship. But try telling that to the self-appointed visionaries at the GDI, who seem to think that they can cram a 1400-year-old religion into a gaming textbook about gender theory. In their rush to make everything fit into their regressive intersectional mold, they've managed the impressive feat of erasing the very convictions they pretend to celebrate. The idiocy is astounding. Not only are Muslims very different from the other groups they use as examples in their intersectional framework, but the numbers make that painfully obvious. According to the Pew Research Centre's Global Divide on Homosexuality 2020, a median of 70% of Muslims across 34 countries said that homosexuality should be rejected by society. And
which again, I mean, you ain't gonna hear me say it often, but based Islam.
the 2021 follow-up, Religion and Views on Morality, that figure rose to over 80% in nations such as Jordan, Egypt and Indonesia. Yet, the GDI's writers barrel ahead as though none of this exists, as if a few pages of inclusive storytelling guidelines can overwrite 14 centuries of theology.
Here's the reason for that, though. The reason is very obvious. So the people that are clamoring for this level of inclusion and this level of uplifting the downtrodden, obviously, like she said earlier, are looking at it through a Western lens. They're not worried about, and the Gina Davis Institute's not trying to capture the hearts and minds of the Islamic world. They're not sitting here, they're not making these playbooks, they're not making these games, they're not making this media to capture the hearts and minds of Saudi Arabia or Iran or Iraq or Jordan or Egypt or any of these other predominantly Islamic countries. No, they're doing this purely to brainwash Westerners who they know are going to be too dumb or too lazy or both to actually look into the history. Like, they're doing nothing but using their credentials and their frilly words as a way to ideologically capture the youth so they can have them for whatever nefarious political purposes they will use them for in the future. It is that simple. They do not care about what actual Muslims have to say because they know the actual Muslims will reject anything and everything in these bullshit pseudo-intellectual writings that they learned at fucking Harvard. No, what they are trying to do is capture the 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds that are rejecting their conservative parents.
Of us are very aware of this moral world's view, which is grounded in their divine law. As Dr. Yusuf al-Qaradawi put into his piece, The Lawful and the Prohibited in Islam, the consensus of scholars is clear that homosexual acts are haram, or forbidden, and carry severe moral condemnation. No amount of intersectional wishful thinking is going to make that disappear. Yet, the Gina Davis Institute's framework imagines a seamless intersection where Islamic devotion, gender fluidity, and sexual liberation coexist without conflict. A vision that may please Western corporations keen to advertise inclusivity, but which bears little resemblance to the lived theology of most Muslims.
Yeah, I see a lot of you guys in chat talking about the violence on in video games Livestream stuff appearing, that YouTube's new TOS update. I released a video on that earlier, so after the stream, if you haven't seen it or you want more information on it, yeah, check that out. We're not going to be covering that in the live stream because that's literally what my video from today was about.
Muslims worldwide. This ideological flattening doesn't empower representation. It alienates it. It implies that belief is negotiable and that acceptance in media depends on conforming to values imported from California rather than drawn from the Quran. The result is a curious form of secular paternalism. Islam is praised, but only in its sanitized, Western-approved form, one that mirrors progressive ideals rather than authentic faith. Genuine belief, with its laws, obligations, and moral boundaries, becomes something to be edited out of the frame. In other
So, it's funny. Do you guys know what the definition of a cult is? So, so a cult, if we're looking at, like, the actual theological definition of a cult, it is when you take an existing religion and you build your religion off of it, but your version of the religion rejects one of the basic tenets of said religion. So, like, for example, let's use Christianity as an example. So there are 4 basic tenets to Christianity. And for those of you guys that don't know the history, you don't know what basic tenets means on a theological level, I really don't care what you have to say. No offense, we're not going to get into it. But these are the 4 basic tenets of Christianity. You have to believe that God is the one true God, and He is the one God above all. You have to believe that He gave Jesus Christ, His first begotten Son, that He walked along the land. You have to believe that He died for your sins and ascended to heaven. That's I think I mixed 2 of those together. Yeah, you have to believe He died for your sins, and then the 4th one is that He then resurrected and ascended to heaven. Those are the 4 basic tenets of Christianity. So let's take something like Mormonism. Mormonism is a cult. The reason Mormonism is a cult is because it actually rejects one of those basic tenets. After the resurrection, Jesus ascended to heaven. Except for in Mormonism, He did not ascend, at least at first. After his resurrection, He then traveled to the Americas, did a bunch of shit there, then ascended afterwards. The Mormonism stating that Jesus, came to the America and, like, taught the natives and shit is in direct conflict with a basic tenet of Christianity, which makes Mormonism a Christian cult. So the reason I bring all this up is because what she is explaining right now is that what these Western ideologues at the G. Davis Institute and really a bunch of other institutes and teachings and institutes around the world are trying to do by changing the context and the lens and the views of what Islam is and how Islam teaches women or treats women, actually would make it an Islamic cult. So it's not even real Islam. As if real Islam wasn't bad enough, they are now trying to effectively create an Islamic cult because they are teaching morals and values about Islam that are in direct contrast, that they're directly competitive to basic tenets of the Islamic religion, which is hilarious.
words, Muslims are welcome to the table, provided that they keep quiet about what they actually believe in. This inconsistency becomes even more apparent in how the Institute handles religious conservatism across different faiths. In the playbook, Christian traditionalism is often portrayed as reactionary, the realm of fundamentalists who must evolve. Yet, when similar convictions appear within Islam, opposition to abortion, emphasis on modesty, and defined family roles, the tone softens. Muslim characters are not condemned for their values, but recast as victims of patriarchy or misunderstood progressives awaiting Western enlightenment. In effect, the Institute doesn't reject religion outright, it just demands that faith be edited, softened, including LGBTQIA+ Muslims.
Which, hey, like to be fair, it does make sense, because what does the LGBTQIA+ and the Islamic culture have in common? They both like diddling kids.
Encouraging writers to present the same-sex attraction within Islamic settings as an act of courage or liberation. The intention is inclusivity. The result is distortion. In practice, it amounts to what critics have called gay washing, writing religious characters to affirm Western social values rather than reflecting the reality of their faith. By celebrating fictional Muslims who freely embrace lifestyles that Islam explicitly forbids, the Institute replaces authenticity with projection. The result is a cinematic illusion, characters who exist not as believers with inner conflict, but as narrative instruments designed to reassure Western audiences of their own moral virtue.
It's so interesting, it's so funny, because by their own tier list logic. Remember, we've talked about like the oppression Olympics for the last God knows how many years now. You know, if you're a straight white dude, you at the bottom. If you're a straight white female, you're above the straight white dude on the oppression Olympics, but you're still pretty close to the bottom. Actually, no. So straight black men are above straight white men, right? And then you've got straight white women, and it goes up and up and up. So by them basically needing to, as she said earlier, gay wash Islamic culture, this is pretty much the Gina Davis Institute actively stating outright they put the cult of the gay, they put the cult of the gay above Islam in terms of the oppression Olympics. Like, hey, we care about Islam, we want to see representation, but we have to sanitize and add all the gay stuff because being gay is actually even more important of a message to preach and send out than the acceptance of Muslims.
Such portrayals don't challenge prejudice, they replace it with a softer kind of Orientalism, one where the East is no longer mysterious but conveniently progressive. All of this reminds a quiet paradox at the heart of the Gina Davis Institute's model. Its authors pride themselves on dismantling stereotypes, yet their work depends on creating idealized Muslims who conform to Western liberal sensibilities. By refusing to engage with Islam on its own theological
They want to dismantle stereotypes, but I good goddamn guarantee you they would chomp at the bit to include any sort of stereotype as the straight white American Trump voter being a fat, unintelligent moron who just laps up any sort of conservative talking point and can't go to the grocery store without a shotgun with a cheeseburger in their hand. I'm sure they'd be okay with that sort of stereotype.
Terms, they produce characters who may please Hollywood but feel alien to the vast majority of Muslims worldwide. One passage from the Muslim Women on-Screen test reveals this bias with striking clarity. A harmful portrayal, it says, includes any scene where a Muslim woman is shown as being primitive, backwards, or otherwise out of touch with modern society. For example, lacking modern technology, wearing outdated clothes, or being intolerant of others' ideas.
The fucking irony. They are not allowed to show Muslim women being intolerant of other people's ideas, which is them being intolerant to the idea of showing what true Muslim culture is. You do not get hypocrisy this delicious every fucking day, people. Lap it up, enjoy it, taste the food, baby.
On the surface, that sounds like a warning against caricature. In reality, it makes for accurate historical portrayals being almost impossible. A religious person, by definition, is bound by their faith. They cannot simply adopt every modern idea without abandoning the very principles that make them devout. Expecting believers to mirror secular values isn't progress. It's yet more cultural erasure dressed up as empathy. If a filmmaker depicted 16th century Istanbul authentically...
To be fair, that culture should be erased, just not like this by these people.
So, veiled noblewomen in embroidered robes, scholars teaching in madrasas, or merchants trading in the bazaars, the work would automatically fail the Institute's test. In its logic, merely placing Muslim women in their own historical setting becomes proof of regression. This approach exposes a distinctly Western bias that equates modernity with moral progress and tradition with inferiority. As historian Darian Meacham...
You want to know the amazing part about this video? This just now clicked for me. This just now clicked for me. Here's how much I don't give a fuck about these modern games, these Islamic characters, these female characters. She's been playing gameplay footage on loop of the same, like, 5 Muslim characters. Bro, I couldn't name fucking one of them. I didn't even know these broads existed, or even the dude she showed off. Like, I could tell the game was Tekken, I could tell the game was Street Fighter. Like, I couldn't name a single one of these Muslim characters. And I'll never be able to. I would not be able to. It's amazing. We are nearly 20 minutes in the video, and I'm just now realizing I don't know what a single one of these fucking Muslim characters are, and I don't care.
Observed in the Journal of Cultural Critique, published in 2023, a medieval knight isn't
Was
called
Altair in there?
primitive,
I didn't see Altair.
yet an Ottoman noblewoman in period dress is. European history is permitted to exist on its own terms, rich in nuance and heritage, while non-Western history is tolerated only when reframed as an early step towards liberal modernity. Can you see the glaring double standards? The irony is that many of the virtues the Institute celebrates, so scholarship, tolerance, artistic achievement and scientific inquiry, were flourishing in Muslim civilization centuries before the European Enlightenment.
Well, you could say they were flourishing, but it was men doing all of it because women weren't allowed to. So they can't depict that now, can they? Because that puts men up on the top of the totem pole, and you can't have that at the Gina Davis Institute.
To erase these depictions out of fear of appearing primitive is to erase the very history that helped inspire Europe's own intellectual revival. In attempting to protect Muslim women from misrepresentation, the Institute ends up infantilizing them, implying that their cultures can only be shown as modern if they conform visually to Western ideals of progress. By modern Western standards, every culture before 1960 apparently needs saving. And in applying
Man, how many of these games do you think get banned in Muslim cultures that show women depicted this way? I'm curious. Hold on. We're going to find this out. We're going to let the video play out, but while we let the video play out, I'm going to ask Grok. Let's see. Give me one moment here. All right, let's hop on over to Grok. How many modern video games featuring Muslim females are banned in Islamic countries? Alrighty. It's been taking Grok ages to do shit lately, so we'll come back to it in a bit.
That's logic. The Institute doesn't dismantle stereotypes. It simply replaces the old Orientalist lens with a new ideologically sanitized one. Another revealing feature of the Gina Davis Institute's model lies in who it allows to speak for Muslim identity. Both the GDI playbook and the...
Well, we know who it allows to speak for Muslim identity. Liberal white women. like that's who they're letting speak for the female Muslims in gaming. Liberal white women.
Muslim women on-screen tests advise creators to consult organisations such as Muslim Casting, the Pillars Fund and the Muslim List when seeking authenticity. On paper, that sounds responsible, a safeguard against misrepresentation, but in practice it creates a controlled echo chamber where only certain ideological viewpoints are permitted. These groups, while entitled to their activism, largely represent a particular strand of American progressivism, one that blends faith specifically with American liberal social values.
So right here we got what I can only assume is a Muslim female in Fortnite. What's the over-under on this thing being a lesbian? If I had to wager a guess, 99% chance this character's a lesbian.
Missing are the conservative scholars who defend orthodoxy, reformers who challenge it, and secular or ex-Muslim voices who critique it. The result is a narrow ideological bandwidth dressed up as diversity. This narrowing of perspective creates what might be called curated authenticity, research filtered through ideological pre-approval. Writers are encouraged to do their homework, but only with sources already aligned with the Institute's worldview. What remains is an illusion of inclusivity, diversity of appearance, masking uniformity of thought, and...
Old woman from Overwatch is Anna. She is not a lesbian, but her daughter is. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Close enough.
In choosing whose voices may be heard, the Institute reveals its real concern is not diversity of belief, but control of narrative. In the end, the Gina Davis Institute's consultation service doesn't expand representation, it places it. The truth, though, is that beyond the policy papers and Hollywood guidelines, real Muslim women are already reclaiming their own stories. Across the Middle East, North Africa and the diaspora, many have revived Raqs Sharki, the traditional dance mislabeled in the West as belly dancing, not as rebellion against Islam, but as a reaffirmation of cultural heritage. As one Egyptian dancer told SharkyDance.com in 2025, it is part of who we are, not a religious statement, not rebellion, simply a celebration of life. At the same time, many devout Muslim women choose to reject Raqs Sharqi entirely, seeing it as inconsistent with Islamic modesty. Their stance is equally valid because it reflects personal conviction rather than the moral templates imposed by outside.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Even across the world and in these Muslim countries under the Islamic belief, women still can't agree with each other. At least that ain't just a product of the West. Women not being able to fucking agree with one another, that's just a woman thing no matter where you are in the world.
Between cultural expression and religious restraint lies a spectrum of belief that no self-serving checklists could ever capture. This diversity extends far beyond art. Muslims form the most racially and ethnically varied faith group on earth. According to the Pew Research Center, only about 14% are Arab. The majority live in...
That seems a little low. Okay, so she's about to say the majority live in, and maybe she's going to say Africa, and if that's the case, fair enough, because Africa has the largest population growth of any continent in the world right now. So if you've got a large concentration of Muslims in Africa, and let's be real, Africans be having a lot of babies right now when they're not practicing female vaginal mutilation, so maybe that's why, but I don't know, 14% Arab sounds pretty low.
South and Southeast Asia, with vast populations in Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India.
Okay, alright, that makes sense. That checks out, actually.
Alongside millions across Africa, Europe, and the Americas. The Institute's tendency to speak of a single Muslim experience ignores not only this global variety, but also Islam's internal pluralism. Sunni, Shia, Ibadi, Sufi, Ahmadi, and more, along with...
That was a whole lot of labels for Islamic sects that I don't give a fuck about.
Of its role in the civil rights movements, from Algeria's liberation to the activism of Malcolm X. No matter how much GDI want to try, an authentic representation can't be engineered through Western guilt or corporate frameworks. It begins with listening to historians, theologians, and believers themselves rather than projecting fashionable theories onto...
Well, they're not going to listen to historians and theologians because the vast majority of those jobs are held by men, and we all know that motherfuckers at the Gina Davis Institute ain't gonna listen to a man. They strong, independent women. They don't need no man.
Them. The Gina Davis Institute undoubtedly thinks it means well. Its mission statements drip with the usual corporate sanctimony, a self-congratulatory promise to reshape culture through equality, fairness and inclusion. But its handling of Islam exposes what this project really is. Moral imperialism dressed up as progress. The Institute's...
Bro, calling it moral imperialism is diabolical because you know that is exactly what they would try and accuse us of, or what they would try and accuse the right of, or what they would try and accuse pretty much anybody that goes against their worldview. So to have that thrown back in their face is brilliant. Well done, Lady Decade.
Writers seem to believe that the only path to virtue is submission to Western social dogma. They talk about representation while steamrolling over the very cultures they claim to defend, rewriting centuries of belief and history to fit the worldview of a Silicon Valley HR seminar. The Institute claims to be defending Muslim women, but what it's really protecting is the Western ego, the smug conviction that everyone everywhere would be happier if they just thought like us. If Hollywood genuinely wanted to portray...
That has been rejected, by the way, that like there's statistics to prove that is easily rejected. So there's a reason that when the Amish do what's it called, Rumspringer. When the Amish do Rumspringer, there's a reason that like 98% of them, or some astronomically high number, choose to go back to being Amish. Is because actually, as it turns out, when you throw somebody into a new ideological worldview or just a new culture in general, the culture shock is so stimulating, it doesn't matter if it even is better. And you can argue whether it's better or worse, but it doesn't matter that objectively if it was better, it's still more often than not rejected because it is such a culture clash with the way their brain's been wired for their entire lives. And I would be willing to bet that Islamic women are no different. That's why you got these dumb white broads in America who like become Muslims just as a way to reject their their Christian parents, they're being raised in the Christian faith or whatever. Why they are not strongly convicted Muslims like actual women that were frankly probably grown and brainwashed under the cult of Islam as children. But that's neither here nor there.
Muslim women with honesty,
Yeah, Roma
it
Springer,
wouldn't
that's right.
consult the people trying to turn their religion into a marketing exercise. It would actually listen to the women themselves. Now,
No. I get what you're trying to say. We should listen to the Gina Davis Institute, or that we should listen to Islamic women instead of the Gina Davis Institute. But both of those options require listening to women, so I reject both.
must admit that this was a particularly heavy topic today, so to recover, you might feel like having some fun. Use my links to get 38% off Silent Hill F, 29% off Black Myth Wukong, 24% off Final Fantasy Tactics The Ivalice Chronicles, and up to 90% off pretty much any game that you can think of. And alternatively, if you want a break from discussing ancient religions, why not check out my video on an ancient console? That's right, over on the Lady Arcade YouTube channel, I have just taken a deep dive look at the Vectrix. Subscribe to both channels and I'll see you all again soon.
Well, that was a very interesting video. I quite enjoyed that. It pretty much, backs up everything that we've been saying for God knows how long about these types. But needless to say, it's nice to have my belief reinforced by a posh, well-speaking British accent that sounds far more academic than my dumbass. But while we're at it, we're not done yet, because we did ask Grok that question. How many modern video games featuring Muslim females are banned in Islamic countries? 0 modern video games featuring Muslim female characters such as protagonists, playable operators, or prominent figures are known to be banned in Islamic countries. Keep findings from comprehensive searches. Games with notable Muslim female characters post-2000: Rainbow Six Siege, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Overwatch, and others like Project Agni, Indonesian horror protagonists. None of these are listed as banned in countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Pakistan, Iran, Indonesia, Malaysia, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, Afghanistan, Turkey, or Bangladesh. Let's see. Common bans in Islamic countries target violence and gore, sexual nudity, LGBTQ themes, child safety or addiction. They ban stuff for child safety, but they bang 9-year-olds. All right, whatever. Political or religious, other, no overlap with Muslim female representation, banned focus on immorality, violence, and politics, not positive prominent Muslim women, often Western and Middle Eastern inspired settings. Edge cases ruled out. 1979 Revolution, Black Friday, banned in Iran. Iranian setting, but male protagonists, females supporting. Rumored 2018 Saudi 47 game ban, debunked as inaccurate. No Muslim females featured. Source Wikipedia bans list. All right, fair enough. So maybe none of these games are banned. Maybe none of them were banned. We'll ask them what about heavily censored. Question, what about heavily... and it'll probably take a moment as well. So in the interim, let's see. Most hilarious thing is Blizzard's behavior with Hong Kong when they banned the poor kid. Widowmaker, I don't know what you're referring to there. Likely, that's what I'm saying. There's likely different versions of those countries. Yeah, so I probably shouldn't have posed the question as banned. I probably should have said censored from the jump. It still says none are known to be heavily censored. Let's see. Saudi Arabia hosts major esports for Rainbow Six Siege and Overwatch. Impossible if heavily censored. Alright, fair enough. In this instance, I'll say it. At least going off at a cursory glance based on the AI here, I'm wrong about that. Either way, the video was great. The video was awesome. I don't know if I linked it in chat, so let me go back and do that real quick. Give me just one moment here. There we go. All right, video is linked for you, those of you guys, in case you want to, drop a like on it or whatnot. Excellent video, very well done. Also, shout out to Sir Chimpus Bananaton for the 99-cent super sticker earlier. I didn't call it out because we were reacting to to the video, I didn't want to interrupt her flow, but yes, thank you very much for the donation. Truly appreciated. All right, let's see, where are we at? Oh, right. Let's talk about this. One of the thumbnail titles. This is one of the things we were talking about earlier. There's an incident where a kid was pro Hong Kong and won a Blizzard tournament. They screwed him out of his winnings. Oh, gotcha. Made her lesbian after they replaced her butt pose with the retro bombshell pose. Alright, so We got this video from Clownfish TV right here. YouTube is officially ending employees offered buyouts. And this is from a report stating that YouTube is overhauling their employment with AI. Now, I'm pretty mixed on this because on the one hand, YouTube, like the employees at YouTube are ideological shitbags, so I couldn't care less if they lose their job. The other end of the spectrum is, do we have any faith at all that the AI is going to be any better? So let's find out.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, and this is not a video I expected to make today. Of all the companies on the internet right now, one of the most profitable is YouTube, is Google, and they just offered voluntary buyouts to their staff. So something is up. Something big is up. And this is just a couple of days after Amazon laid a bunch of people off. It was Monday.
Good. In that respect, good. And I mean, look, I've been telling people for ages. I've been telling people since at least the start of my channel. And probably even before that. When the AI, specifically the learned language models and whatnot, started really blowing up. This is going to replace jobs, and you have to deal with it. When that dumbass writer strike was going on, and they were throwing a bitch fit like, oh, AI is going to take our job. Yeah, it is. Yes, the fuck it is. Because guess what? You don't have all the biggest tech industries and companies in the world, and all the biggest first world governments, and frankly, even some third world governments, if you want to count China as a third world country, investing millions, if not billions, if not trillions collectively into AI. That's not going to stop just because of your silly little protests and shit. Whether you like it or not, AI is the future. And like, just accept that reality. Acceptance is the first step.
They laid like 14,000 people off, and they're looking.
No, YouTube used to be a loss leader, but YouTube got into the black a few years ago, actually. YouTube started actually turning a profit a few years ago. So yeah, it was a loss leader for years, but like it got into the black. It's probably been 3 or 4 years since then.
To do 30,000 by the end of the month. And now YouTube is offering voluntary buyouts. I haven't read this article yet. It literally just happened. As recording this, it just happened. Of course, it happens, at the end of the day. But this is pretty crazy because I've been talking on Twitter for the last couple days now about some weirdness going on at YouTube. It feels very strange. It feels like Geeky and I have been talking. It feels like they're deliberately underreporting numbers, view stats, right? And for October, things aren't as good as they usually are. Now, for those of you who know how
I mean, I don't know. For them, maybe not. And like, obviously, this is going to be anecdotal. My numbers are the highest they've been in a minute for the month of October. Like, I'm up thousands of views and thousands of hours that I'm normally not. So, I mean, I'm not going to say for sure the views are down or anything, or maybe I'm an outlier. Maybe they're down for most people, but like, I don't know, my content for the month is up.
ad game is played. Usually October, November, December are your best months. Well, October so far has been actually a little below average, even though our views are up. So we've got this crazy theory, and it is just a crazy theory, that YouTube maybe isn't being completely honest with the numbers, that they're going to try to...
To be fair, no major company ever is honest with their numbers. They find ways to cheat the system and lie to their shareholders at any given... It does not matter what sort of industry you're in, whether you're in tech, whether you're in the automotive industry, whether you're in government, which I get, government doesn't report to shareholders, but you get what I'm saying. You always inflate the numbers.
Pocket more money for themselves, because remember, if you're part of the YouTube partner program, they have to pay you, I think it's like 45-55%. It's a pretty good chunk compared to shorts, where it's a pittance, right? Compared to people who aren't part of the partner program, who, YouTube will still run ads on their content, but they don't get paid. They don't get a cut of it. Again, it's just kind of a wacky theory that we have, but I'm comparing notes with other YouTubers, and something is definitely up over there, whether it's AI, which is what I think really, at the end of it, that's what this is about, is automating a lot of stuff that would have been caught normally is not getting caught now because everything is done with AI.
That doesn't bother me. And here's why it doesn't bother me. YouTube hadn't been utilizing their regular employees anyway. Like, I've talked about this. Zax is an excellent example of this. So, Zax got hit. This has been a while ago now. But, our boy Zax got hit and got his main channel demonetized. His 30,000 or something like that sub channel demonetized. And it was for reused content. Now, Zax doesn't reuse content at all. Every stream he does is 100% its own original stream, right? So my theory was that they were assuming it was reused content because the algorithm caught his background always looking the same. It's a pretty static background, and so maybe they just assumed it was reused. I don't know. But the point is, what they dinged him for was reused content. So he appealed it, wrote out a long, extensive appeal, and that appeal was rejected in seconds. Now, mind you, when you appeal something, it's supposed to get a manual review. Ain't no goddamn way his shit was manually reviewed in like 6 seconds from the appeal being posted. It was done by an AI. It was done by a machine. It was done by a bot. It was done by the algorithm, right? So if they're going to have the AI and the bots and whatnot doing these appeals and review process anyway when it's supposed to be done manually, and they're not going to have people actually do it, then fucking fire them. They don't need to be sitting there collecting a paycheck for doing nothing.
But they're saying that they believe the disruption over at YouTube is because of AI. They think they're going to replace a lot of people with AI. And we've seen people get gone over the last couple months at YouTube. They've been there for a very long time. So what I'm saying is, if you're expecting the YouTube experience to get better, don't hold your breath. I think it's going to get a lot.
I mean, I'm not expecting the YouTube experience to get better. I'm not really expecting it to get worse, though, either. I mean, maybe I'm just a positive, optimistic guy. I'm not expecting it to get better, but I'm not expecting it to get worse. I think that we're really not going to see a change. Not on our end, at least.
Worse, both for viewers and for creators, especially. Because I'm looking at this situation, and I'm like, man, all they're doing now is they're throwing shorts in front of people. They're showing like 10 times the amount of ads they used to show. They're throwing shopping links into everything. They're throwing, 4-year-old videos in front of you. It's wild. And again, I think all of this is because of AI. I think their AI has run them.
Now, I will agree with him. Like, I have definitely noticed an uptick in older videos being in my recommended feed as of late. But that being said, there is evergreen content on you. In fact, I would say that most content that people at least try and make is evergreen content. And so, like, if it's popping off in the algorithm because it's relevant, the fact that it's old doesn't mean that it is inherently irrelevant as a watch, especially as a piece of entertainment. Like, how often, let's say you get, a new, we've got Scream 7, right? Scream 7 trailer dropped. Well, the Scream 7 trailer dropped, and that means Scream is trending in the algorithm, and people are going to go back and, like, be searching Scream. Maybe old nostalgia critic reviews of Scream are going to come up. Well, that's not irrelevant because Scream is trending, in search terms. So YouTube and Google searches and whatnot are going to bring up relevant searches. And if you've got a not critical drinker, a nostalgia critic video with X amounts of thousands of views, and it relates to Scream, like that's not irrelevant because you as the person who's looking for information on Scream might be like, oh, you know what? I'll watch this Scream 3 review or whatever. So yeah, I wouldn't say the old videos popping up is irrelevant or is the algorithm not doing its job.
Muck, but let's talk about this. Let's see what's going on here. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Geeky sitting this video out. Again, this just happened. So this comes from the Hollywood Reporter. YouTube to offer voluntary buyouts to employees amid AI disruption. Okay, staffers that want to leave the video platform will be eligible for severance as CEO Neal Mohan restructures its product division into 3 groups. This guy.
It's actually a brilliant plan. Like from the YouTube management perspective, it's a brilliant plan, and here's why. These are voluntary. These people, they're going to give severance that they voluntarily leave. Now, at some point, real layoffs are coming. And when those layoffs happen, they might not get severance at all. Or if they do get severance, it will be way lower than the people who take voluntary severance. This is YouTube doing a preemptive culling, and they're offering a sweet deal to bounce now. Because when the layoffs do actually happen, which they are coming in the next few months, the people that stuck around that end up getting laid off anyway, they ain't getting near as sweet a deal.
I gotta tell you, ever since he's come on, everything has changed. I mean, I think they're trying to compete with TikTok now. I think they're trying to compete with TikTok and Netflix. They want to be the best everything but the best YouTube. And yet they're boasting record profits. It's very curious how that works, right? YouTube continues to be a dominant force in advertising and entertainment, but the disruption from generative AI spares no company. In a memo to staff Wednesday, the CEO, Neal Mohan, I think it's Mohan or Mohan, cited this disruption and opportunity of AI as a reason to restructure the video platform, with the executive creating a new reporting structure for the company's product teams and rolling out voluntary employee buyouts, offering severance to any YouTubers that may want to leave the company. Can I get a severance package? Can you just give us a couple $1 million? We'll go away. There you go. A source notes that no roles are being eliminated as part of the change, though voluntary separation programs can sometimes serve as a prelude to cuts later on. The decision to offer buyouts comes the same week.
What does he mean sometimes be a prelude? It's always a prelude to layoffs coming later on. Give me any time a company has done voluntary severance and it hasn't been a prelude of things to come. I can't think of a single time.
Amazon announced plans to reduce its workforce by 14,000 jobs, citing AI disruption. Now, I am going to tell you, as someone who's worked for a handful of corporations, if they offer you a voluntary buyout, a severance, if they basically pay you to leave the company,
take it.
I would recommend taking it.
Yes.
Because that is your warning. That's the warning shot. That means layoffs are coming, and the next time you may get gone, but it's not going to be your choice, and you're not going to get the same deal.
What'd I tell you?
And I've been in that situation before too. I've had people before like, no, I'm too invaluable. I've been here 30 years. We're not.
Nobody is irreplaceable. It doesn't matter what you do, you are replaceable. How often? I bet between me and Hypno and Smash and Mugen Lord and any of us that cover just gaming content creation, just gaming by itself, once a month, you'll find one of us have done a video on new CEO at insert company here. If even your CEO isn't irreplaceable, why wouldn't the dude that fucking writes the code, or the social media manager, or fucking, God forbid, HR? No one, you guys in the chat, I don't really know what any of y'all do for a living. But never for a moment think I ain't irreplaceable. There are people that used to watch me on the daily that have moved on, and I haven't heard from them in months upon months. God bless them, hope they're doing well, hope they found something else that they watch that tickles their fancy. I ain't even irreplaceable. Hypno is not irreplaceable. That's why you gotta step your game up. That's why you gotta make it know at any given time could be your last moment. Yes, disposable, 100%.
Gonna take the buyout. I'm gonna stick it out. We've been through hard times before, and then they got laid off like 2 weeks later. That's what's going on, right? So they're gonna lay people off. They're
Thanks,
telling
MWC.
you they're going to lay you off. They're trying to be nice about it. I mean, they could just
which, mind you, they don't have to do. That's another thing. He says they're trying to be nice about it. That's also true. YouTube doesn't need to tell people, hey, here's voluntary severance. They could just wait and pull the rug from under you like fucking Volition did to their people that work for their studio.
Got the company and not, you know what I'm saying? I would, if you're working at YouTube, I would strongly recommend taking the buyout package, because you're probably not going to have a job in, a couple months, 6 months, whatever. And this is a company that's making record profits, guys. Going forward, YouTube will have 3 product organizations with the top executive from each reporting directly to Mohan. Subscription products. Okay, so this is where we compete with Netflix. Subscription products will be led by Christian Olstein. I don't know who this is. Esleen, and include oversight of YouTube TV, YouTube Premium, YouTube Music, primetime channels, and other business lines. Viewer products, led by Joanna Vulich, will focus on the YouTube mobile and living room apps, trust and safety, YouTube Kids, search infrastructure, and other key areas, and creator and community products, which will be focused on supporting creators, including through...
That's what's going to get the most cuts. Just, like, of all departments, that's the department that's going to get the most cuts. Whatever department is going to be the people that me or Hypno or any YouTuber would go to if we have problems, those are the first ones to go and get replaced with AI. Like, dude, I could either email YouTube and say, yo, why did this video get demonetized? It didn't break TOS. And they could either have some poor bastard in Indonesia they're paying 30 cents an hour respond to me in broken English, or they could save that 30 cents an hour and have a goddamn computer do it. Now, I wouldn't say that exact 30 cents an hour. I mean, they'd obviously, have to pay the cost of, the electricity and whatnot, but you get my point.
Through YouTube Shorts and its generative AI tools. Okay, I'm telling you, they said YouTube is expected to bring in a new leader for that organization. So they're going to have their Netflix competitor, which is going to be their subscription stuff, and then people like us are going to get lumped in with mobile and living room and trust and safety and YouTube Kids and all that shit. Basically, the pleb content. If you're a pleb and you're making content and posting on YouTube, you're going to get rolled into this other thing. Okay, here it comes, guys. In his memo, Mohan said AI is the next frontier for YouTube. In an interview with The Hollywood Reporter for this month's cover story about YouTube, he explained why he thinks AI will ultimately work in service of human creators.
I am very interested in how he thinks that AI will work in service of human creators. That said, I have to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back in just a minute. I know how much y'all like chair streams for whatever reason, so super chats for chair streams. I'll be back in a sec.
I think creation is...
There we go. Look at that. Said chair stream. We got some super chats with chair streams, and we got them right there. Chair of Paradise, LFG, and woohoo, Chair of Paradise. Shout out. Thank you both so much. It looks like an uncomfortable chair. Yeah, I have an uncomfortable chair on purpose so I can keep, like, good posture. Like, I don't want to be like Sammy and always falling asleep in my goddamn chair. FWC for 99 cents as well. I appreciate all 3 of you guys. Here we go. Let's give you a clip real quick. Here it is.
How you doing, sir? Good. Can we talk to you? Where are you from? You live in New York?
Who are you?
Don Lemon.
You're a fucking moron, dude.
I leave for a sec and come back to a lonely mic. Yo, Butter Raymond Gold, shout out. Thank you much, brother. All right, back to this. He was about to tell us how it will serve creators better to have AI as our companions. Let's find out.
Is an area where AI will help enormously by making the process easier, by making it more efficient, and also by making it more powerful. So for those of you who thought naively that YouTube was not going to, remember they were like, oh, they're not going to monetize AI slop. No, no, no. They are. You just have to disclose it's AI, and it's going to be a case-by-case basis, and it's going to be like, hey, if you're using, Spider-Man and Batman and characters that are, trademarked, obviously you can't do that. You can't monetize that. But no, they're all about AI slop. They're YouTube is owned by Google. Google is in the AI slop business right now.
I love that there are people that actually believe that, by the way. I love it. I love that there are fucking morons that truly, all these, like, you go on X and you see, like, in their bios, hashtag real artists, hashtag fuck AI, and these people truly believed, like the morons they are, that YouTube was not going to prioritize the AI stuff. Guy, that is the next big industry. Obviously, YouTube was going to be not only were they going to prioritize, they were going to be a forerunner, a leader in the space.
So I'm telling you, if you think that that's what's going to happen, you are naive. If you think that you are going to be able to hold your own against AI slop farms, you are naive. If you think that human creators are going to always be needed, you are very, very naive. Because I think, this is just a theory on my part, I think before it's all said and done, YouTube will generate videos based on search queries, and it'll just spin up videos for people using Gemini and whatever, VO, whatever tools they have. And that will possibly include fake newscasters. They'll possibly include like fake historical footage. I don't know what they're going to do. I think eventually, though, that is what is going to happen. And that'll be like the pleb content, basically the stuff that we make right now, right? The pleb content. And then you'll have the Hollywood stuff. That's what I think is going to happen. That's what I think is going to happen. So he's all about the AI. The YouTube chief added, I think we're in the very early days of these types of possibilities, and my hope is that we'll create a lot more opportunity for that entire supply chain of creation, not just the creators at the top. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think there's going to be a lot of replacement here, but it's very, very telling.
But who are they, excuse me, who are they replacing? Like, I get what Neon's saying, but who are they replacing? Because even as it currently stands, and for the last several years, before AI was even a big component of YouTube's business methodology, you couldn't get a real fucking person to help you. Not unless you're one of the big timers like Mr. Beast or something. And even then, like, I've heard horror stories from like big name YouTubers like Niat, for example, who actually has a partner manager. They can't get them to do shit. So no, like nothing's really gonna change.
It is very telling that they're giving anybody who wants to bail money. Like, just go. Because you know what? If you don't go on your own, you're going to be out the door. And this is coming after Amazon just laid a bunch of people off, including a bunch of people at Twitch, by the way. But I just read this article this morning. This is on Business Insider. And they were basically like, hey, the era of, because we had the tech bubble burst a couple of years ago, and they got rid of a bunch of the activist employees that didn't really do anything, fresh out of college, making six figures, bragging about what they don't do all day. And they got rid of those people, right? And that was a huge shakeout. And then the venture capital ran out, and then there was a run on the one Silicon Valley bank, and all the money dried up. Well, now well,
he talks about how the venture capital and everything. So someone mentioned this in chat earlier. So did all that USAID money. All that USAID money dried up as well.
Next wave is going to be, how many people in tech can we replace with AI? And the answer is honestly quite a few. Quite a few. That I'm thinking about why you hire humans, and a lot of things, like even coding, they're like, learn to code. I'm like, well, the machine's more efficient. The machine can.
Bro, once machines can code like with, I'd say, a 95% accuracy, everything's cooked. Because even people in the modern day and age now can't code with 95% accuracy. And that's why DEI hiring is such a problem. Like, DEI is not just ugly broads in fucking video games. No, it's hiring the black dude that doesn't have any like formal training, or even if he does have formal training, he's bad at it. He was bottom of his class when it comes to coding. But you need the black guy so you can hit certain quotas and whatnot, or just based on the idea that he is black, and so you're gonna hire him for the coding position, even if you got someone better that was in the running. But hey, they were a white dude, or they were a white female, or whatever. So yeah, that's the real crux of DEI hiring. And guess what? That DEI hiring, that about to go out the window when even the machines can code better than the best of the coders, let alone the fucking worst that they are hiring just based on immutable characteristics.
And code faster and more perfectly than you can. So that's out the door. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be wild the next couple of years. Basically what's going on, the reason people are losing their collective shit is, careers and industries that they thought they had security in have been completely upended. But I would also counter with that, again, as an old dog, I would counter that I've seen a lot of transitions and nothing is secure. I don't care what industry you're in. I don't care. Like, you always have to keep your options open. You're not going to park it at some company for 30, 40 years and retire with a watch. Those days are over. They've been over for a long time. And I don't want to hear anybody going about, well, the boomers get that. I'm like, boomers don't get that either. You ask the 67-year-old man at Walmart working as a greeter or bagging groceries how that's working out for him. And he used to have a job working someplace else that he thought he was going to be at for the rest of his life. You ask him how it's going, and he's going to tell you. And there actually is a guy. There's a guy working at our closest Walmart. Real nice guy. He's a vet. And every once in a while I strike up, a little bit of a conversation, kind of ask him, how things are. Trying to basically get a beat on, like, dude, why are you here? And basically he's there because he has to be there because his chosen career field did not work out. And I didn't really go into a whole lot of detail or ask him for details. But there are a lot of older people that are working jobs that are frankly beneath them because their industry's dried up. I've seen it, and now it's coming for white collar workers and people.
And people talk about the industry is drying up and whatnot, which is true. It's gonna happen. So yesterday I was telling the story about how yesterday I had that family emergency, and because my car was in the shop, I had to Uber and whatnot. Right? My Uber driver was a dude who he came here from Africa. And he was in school for computer engineering. He was going to school. He was trying to get his bachelor in computer engineering. Super nice guy. Had a great conversation with him and whatnot. And I was talking to him about AI, and he was like, "Yeah, AI is going to take a lot of jobs. There's going to be a lot of new jobs that are made because of it, though. Because when you got AI, you need people who's going to be able to do maintenance and create new AI and this, that, and the other. So like, it's." Yes, there's going to be jobs that are taken. It's going to create new jobs because that's how the world has always fucking worked. That's how the world has always worked. We don't have basket weavers as a fucking profession anymore because the assembly line machines already weave all the fucking baskets. Like,
we're flipping out. But it is very telling that YouTube is offering voluntary buyouts. And again, this is a company that has no shortage of cash. So I'm going to talk about that here. Real quick, there are a lot of YouTubers we've talked about before. I don't know if it's going to get us in trouble or not. I mean, everybody's talking about it. I mean, Linus Tech Tips was making headlines for it. They're like, we really fell off. We don't know why. There have been two, at least on our end, two very noticeable dips in viewership, or at least reported numbers. And the first one came in May. And that wasn't terrible. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. And the summer wasn't great. Probably the worst summer we've had in 8 years.
which is crazy because summer's already bad for YouTube. Like, summer months are fucking rough. People are out of school, they're going on vacation. They're spending less time on YouTube by and large, right? At least enough for YouTubers to notice a dip. This summer for me, bro. By this point, I've been doing it 2.5 years. So it was my, it was my second summer doing it. I was going into my third year because my 3-year anniversary is in December. Notice, I had a worse summer this past summer than my very first summer on the platform.
but it was okay. We were still doing better than a lot of people. And then the end of August, there was another blow. And that was like the big one. Like everybody like dropped off a cliff, and people think it has to do with
I would appreciate that,
the ad
Netflix.
blocker
Yes, send me on
situation.
vacation.
And
In fact, I'll probably be doing a grift stream. I'll announce this now. Nothing's set in stone yet. Nothing is set in stone. But I'll probably be doing a grift stream here pretty soon. To do travel out to California in December, and me, Gooch, Moxie, and Badger all doing an in-person meetup thing together, and doing like in-person live streams and stuff like that. It's not set in stone. We're just in the early stages of talking about it, but it's a possibility that this coming December, me, Badger, Gooch, and Moxie might get together and do something. So we'll see.
What they count as a view. I personally think, and this is Geeky and I talking, and then we talked to some other people, I think they might be underreporting views. And the reason for that
scripting. We might do thanks scripting.
Look, if you got to share ad revenue with people, I mean, the thing with Google is you got to trust them, right? I mean, you don't have a choice. If you're on YouTube, it's trust me, bro. This is how many views you got. This is how much we pay you. Or how much we're going to pay you. Trust me, bro, this is what your CPM is. This is what your RPM is. Who are you to argue with them? You can't. I mean, seriously, as an independent creator, you cannot argue with Google. You're not going to be able to march into YouTube's offices and be like, hey, I think you shorted me $50 last month. Good luck with that. This is not good.
No, the last person that tried that went to prison. Or did she die? I don't remember. Y'all remember the gal? She was a YouTuber, and she claimed that YouTube was like attacking her channel and burying her channel and paying her less than she was supposed to be paid. And she stormed the YouTube headquarters with a fucking gun. Does anybody remember that? Yeah, exactly. Person 11 knows. He remembers. Yeah, she straight up did a shooting. I don't remember if she died or if she shot herself or whatnot. But yeah, it was barely reported on because it wasn't a white guy with an assault rifle. It was a Muslim woman with a handgun. I'll hit those supers when this video's over, guys.
But I do wonder if they're underreporting now to err on the side of caution or whatever, or more insidiously, if they're underreporting so they don't have to pay out as much. Because if you can save millions and millions of dollars just hypothetically speaking, just again, I don't know if this is going on or not. I'm just saying, if you said, hey, everybody's getting 10% fewer views, 20% fewer views than they were, and it's an algorithm change, but in reality, they were getting those views, but you don't want to pay them. So you're saving 10, 20% on every creator across the board, and that's going to add up.
No, I don't think that's what's happening. And here's why I don't think that's what's happening. YouTube would also lose money if that was the case. Like, so YouTube gets, would lose advertising revenue. If people's views are down, then that's less individuals watching videos. I mean, that's less individuals being shown ads. YouTube loses money on that as well. It is in YouTube's best interest financially to get as many channels as popular as possible, because that's more channels you can run ads on. That's more channels that people send super chats to, and YouTube takes a chunk of that money. I don't think what he is saying here is correct. Like, I'm not trying to cap for YouTubers that YouTube's perfect. Obviously, we got issues with YouTube. My fucking video from today before I went live was about a massive issue with YouTube that it's up and coming. YouTube's changing some of their TOS and next month, and it could be a very bad thing. So no, I'm not like trying to just run defense for YouTube here, but if we're talking about this logistically, I don't think that Neon is correct, because that would also, in theory, hurt YouTube's cash flow.
Up to record profits, right? You're going to push shorts because shorts, you don't have to pay out as much, and you still get the watch time, and to the advertisers, a view's a view, right? So you can charge these advertisers the same amount of money, run them on shorts, and not have to pay creators as much.
Now, that part is true. That part is true. So, for example, I have a video. In fact, let me see if I can find the information on it. Let me see if I can find the information. And I could show you guys instead of just telling you. But I want to make sure my information's correct. So let's go ahead and where is it? Where is it? Right here. All right, analytics. All right. So this video right here. This video right here did almost, so far, 32,000 views. This video alone got me almost $100, right? Video alone, almost $100. Now, and that's, remember, that's 32,000 views. Now, let me show you this short that I did, its numbers, and how much it got me. No, this is the wrong one. Hold on. This is not the right one. Although, I mean, that one would also work, but let's see. Show all. I mean, that is a long time ago, so it might. Let's see. T-O-L. Was it Tolkien? No. Lord. Of the. There we go. Show all. It's gonna bother me. Come on now. Where is it? Where is it? Shoot. I know it's here somewhere. Okay. Let's scroll through here. Wow, where is this? I know it wasn't this video. It couldn't have been this video. Oh, you know what? Here. I know how to do this. Shorts, and then we'll go like this. 'Cause I want you guys to see what the difference is for shorts. It is actually astounding. And this is why YouTube is prioritizing shorts. It is bananas to see the difference. That's why I understand how shorts-only channels survive. Shorts-only channels seem impossible unless they're being cranked out by, like, some sort of big business or something. Because there is no way on God's green earth that you can actually make any sort of... Here it is. All right, found it. Remember, the previous one I showed you, 32,000 views, was almost $100. This short right here, nearly 55,000 views, $2. $2. Now, YouTube does not care about, what sort of, how you consume the content in terms of you as the viewer. What they do care about is the money they're getting from the ad revenue, right? So if you've got 55,000 views, $2 compared to 32,000 views, so over 20,000 views less, and it paid out almost $100. YouTube will definitely be prioritizing shorts. When they will save so much money on shorts. And yes, EB, I agree. Shorts are the devil. Shorts are evil. Short form content is terrible. I'm a diehard advocate against short form content.
Because frankly, the YouTube creator program was ushered in under a different era, and it is too good of a deal. I think in a lot of ways. And I'm saying this as a creator. The YouTube creator program deal, as it stands right now, would never be ushered in under today's, in today's economy, right? When they did that, YouTube was still relatively young. They were trying to be fair. They were trying to attract and retain talent to the platform. But now that YouTube is like the biggest streamer TV thing on the internet, they would never offer that kind of a deal. Like, we're going to give you...
Not just on the internet. Internet and traditional television. YouTube sees more watch time, more views than traditional television as a whole, as well as the internet. More people watch YouTube across all age demographics than any other streaming service, whether it be Netflix, whether it be Twitch, whether it be anywhere you watch video, and it also eclipses regular TV.
You half of the ad revenue. What are you smoking, right? So I am waiting for the other shoe.
Yes, and that was the crazy thing, Person 11. We brought this down on Gooch's show about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Even among boomers, which they're not actually boomers. Boomers are actually like, what you're thinking of boomer. Well, yeah, no, in their 60s, 70s. So yeah. Yes, even in the 65 plus is what you're trying to say. Even in the 65 plus age range, yes, YouTube dwarfs traditional TV. A few weeks ago, the data was run, the numbers were ran, even in that category. It's crazy because, dude, cell phones have become ubiquitous, and even the most tech-inept individuals, like cell phones come with the YouTube app just packaged in now. My grandma's 73, 74 years old. She watches YouTube all the goddamn time. All the time. Not only does she watch me and Atreus and Hypno, because she my grandma, sweet woman that she is, wants to support me in my endeavors. She's grown to really love the Bigot Army, the S&H cast. She watches their videos as well. But then she also watches this is where she plays all of her music. She listens to all of her country western songs while she cleans and shit like that. She watches cute cat and dog and bird videos. She watches these crazy Chinese or Japanese or some sort of Asian cooking videos. And that's normal amongst the older generation now.
Drop. And this is just speculation on my part. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm waiting for them to...
Correct, Netflix foreign. That's why I don't do shorts anymore. After I learned how destructive shorts were to the human mind, I stopped doing them. I'm not saying other people have to do it, and I'm not trying to, morally grandstand. Nah, dude, if you want to do shorts content, go for it. If you want to do shorts content, go for it. You do you. But I've made the choice not to do it because I don't want to contribute to the fucking ADHD-ification of the upcoming generations.
To renegotiate the deal Darth Vader style and drop everyone down to 20% or something.
Stony Kenobi, that's awesome.
15%. Which means that, people that are hypothetically speaking, people that are making $10,000 now are going to make $5,000 or $4,000. And they're going to renegotiate the terms because I'm pretty sure they have a right to do that. That'll be the next thing. And I'm kind of trying to brace myself for that because I'm like, yeah, you cannot depend on YouTube ad revenue as your sole source of income. I mean,
most channels don't. I don't know anybody that does. Even YouTubers that don't stream, because for YouTubers that stream, most of their revenue is going to come in terms of support, what you got, sending super chats, memberships, stuff like that. That's where the big the numbers come from. But even for channels that are massive channels that don't stream, they have other revenue streams. They've got their sponsorships, they've got merch sales, they oftentimes have other they've got investments, things like that. There's not a single YouTuber that does YouTube full time that depends on ad rev. And there hasn't been for years. So that's old news that he's referring to.
We have other stuff going on, but we've had 2 other businesses get completely effed over by recent Google decisions. And so we kind of had a heads up on this because we know how they operate, right? And it is about maximum profit for the company. That's basically it.
As it should be. As it should be. Dude, I don't know about some of the other creators out there. I hold no ill will towards YouTube, in this regard. Now, I hold ill will towards them in other regards, but in this regard, no, you are a business. You are a business. Your job, you exist solely for one reason. To make fucking money, son. That's, at the end of the day, that's the real reason I'm against all this agenda-driven. I mean, besides the fact that it's fucking wrong and it's bogus, it's immoral. I get into all the problems I have with DEI and wokeness, this, that, and the other. But one of the main issues I have with it that doesn't get talked about near enough because people make moral arguments and emotional arguments, it's a net negative for business. If your job as a business is to make fucking money, then why are you incorporating all this nonsense, all this agenda-driven DEI bullshit that's been proven to not make money? Dude, shut the fuck up and give the customers what they want, because it's your job as a business to make that fucking money. So if YouTube wants to cut employees and run with AI, go for it. I don't give a shit. They're out here to make money. But at least be intellectually and philosophically consistent with it, and cut the agenda crap as well, because your job is to make fucking money. Neon and Geeky mentioned their daughter can't even watch a full TV. Yeah, that's kids today. It's fucked up. I mean, we need to be doing anything and everything we can to combat that. So yeah, I don't put out shorts.
And I know it's a really crass comparison, but I keep telling people, I said,
shout out Trump
if you're a
47 Samurai Warrior, long time no
and
see.
You depend almost entirely on YouTube. You're basically an employee of YouTube. You're not even an employee. You're basically a sharecropper. Like you're working Google's land, and hopefully they'll give you some money for it, right? And you're sharing the profits. But I think that's gonna. My personal feeling is that is gonna end pretty soon. But I think we're gonna see a lot of layoffs in tech over the next 6 months.
There is one type of short I watch, and I watch them very rarely, but when they pop up on my feed, and usually they pop up like when I'm searching for videos to do these reactions to for the streams, every now and again I'll scroll through, and I'll see like a bass playing short, and every now and again I'll watch one of those just like to learn new bass techniques, because obviously if you're sitting behind me, I play several instruments, but like bass is my favorite. So like I'll watch bass playing stuff because I just want to like see new techniques and whatnot. But even that's shit. Rarely. That's the only type of short that I ever click on, and it's, again, I'm an adult, I only watch long-form content, it's not going to destroy my brain the way it will, like the kids and whatnot. It's like, click on that, okay, what are they doing here? Alright, that's a cool slap technique. Oh, I see him walking it, like, yeah, stuff like that.
I'm not sure what the other side of this is going to look like. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I talked to Geeky about this, I've been working in tech since,
I don't want YouTube to lose money over Little Miss Anonymous. I don't. Here's why. If YouTube loses money, I lose money. Right? I mean, to be fair, with you not being, it makes sense for you not to want that. Like, people want to see evil companies fall. I totally understand. I want to see Disney fail. I want to see Disney crumble in the dust. I want to see Disney to be a thing of yesteryear. I want Disney to be as forgettable as fucking Enron. How many of y'all in the chat even remember what Enron is? I want Disney to be the Enron of entertainment. I don't want to see YouTube lose money. I want to see YouTube make more and more and more money. Because when YouTube makes money, I make money. I'm just going to keep it a buck.
Well, if you count me doing web development for radio stations and stuff.
Box Office Brawler, just so you know, I hit all supers after the video I'm done reacting to. So stick around because I would love to answer that. Just bear with me.
Late 90s. So I'm looking at this, I'm like, I ain't never seen nothing like this. That's all I'm saying. Like, I have not, and I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to be completely honest, and people are going to be like, oh my God, but, I have no idea. I think that I would say we're going to get rid of bloat, but I think there's going to be a massive overcorrection. I think they're going to be over-reliant on AI, and they're going to fire a lot of people that knew how to make things go, and then they're going to leave, and they're not.
That's normal, though. So anytime you do mass layoffs at a company, because you're trying to get rid of bloat, it is better to overcorrect than undercorrect. So if you lay off, let's say you lay off 50% of your staff. Turns out you should have only laid off 40%. Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine, because you can hire 10% again. People are always looking for work, right? People are always looking for jobs. It is better to overcorrect when it comes to laying people off Again, it sucks for the people that got laid off. My heart goes out to them as long as they weren't pieces of shit individuals. But no, YouTube it'll lay a bunch of people off because they're going all in on AI. They're gonna realize they made a mistake and they need some people. They're gonna hire them back and it'll self-correct. But no, I think that is normal for anybody. Shit happened to Elon Musk. When Elon did the mass layoffs at Twitter or X, he laid off way more than he should have. He hired some people back, and now X runs on like 2,000 people when before it was like 10,000 or some astronomically high number. It's literally no big deal.
Going to come back. They're like, well, I'm taking my institutional knowledge with me, and you guys can go fuck yourself. That's what I think is gonna. That's what I think is ultimately going to happen. But yeah, that's big news. I mean, for YouTube to say, hey, we're going to buy you out. That means things are going to change dramatically at YouTube. So I'm going to point you. I'm going to point you in the. And this is all. Everything that's happened in the last year or two has been a precursor to this. By the way, this is what the end goal was. They probably have a 5-year plan, and all these changes, these very unpopular with creator changes that they're making. It's all about chasing Hollywood and chasing maximum revenue for YouTube. That's.
And creators are gonna have to play the game. Like it's. I hate siding with YouTube. I do. I hate siding with YouTube. I hate siding with Big Daddy Corpo. But many creators get lazy. They get set in their ways. They're used to getting X amount of dollars, X amount of streams. They just put out the same thing over and over. And I know that sounds very hypocritical coming from me as somebody that puts out basically slop react content. But like in general, you have to change and do what works. Companies are always going to be trying to make more money. They're always going to be trying to maximize profits. That's the entire point of a company. So you as the creator who are offering a service need to also change along with it. You know what? Whether it mean if you have to study the algorithm and study, all right, what's the best way to do thumbnails now? What's the best way to do descriptions, titles? What sort of videos are clicking? Like that is important to you because as a creator, you're offering a service and you're putting your own work into it basically as a contractor. Think about like plumbing. You know, if America decided tomorrow to start switching over to using bidets instead of people just wiping their ass, and you got some fucking plumbing issues, the plumber that knows how a bidet works is going to get the job that the one that doesn't won't get.
That's what this is all about. And now they're going to make even more money. They're going to have more money in their pocket because they're going to get rid of a bunch.
Not that I'm aware of, Divine and Duckworth.
I'm going to point you to, I've changed the URL. I had the news.clownfishtv.com. I'm like, well, it's kind of dumb because we're not really posting news over there. But I did it originally as newsletter. Nah. We're going to call it more.clownfishtv.com. It's more.clownfishtv.com. We're going to start posting a lot more content over there. It works like Patreon.
The quartering is a great example of that, War Wizard. Yeah, the quartering is a great... Look, far be it from me to bag on the quartering, because the quartering has done a lot of great work for small-time YouTubers. He has. The quartering, not going to take anything away from him. He has done great things for, small-time YouTubers that their channels get under attack. They get banned even though they've not done anything wrong, and he's always called attention to it. I'll always give credit to that dude for that. However, quartering is also the first dude to always jump on the "my channel's under attack" train. And no, it's because people just don't want to watch your shit anymore. Because you've fallen off. Because you aren't doing good. Because you got no motion. It's that simple.
And as far as the notification...
When in doubt, blame yourself. Basically, that's the moral. When in doubt, blame yourself. If you notice things are going poorly for you, just in any facet of life, blame yourself. It's way better for you mentally and emotionally in terms of growing and as a person. If you're like, all right, things aren't going good right now. Let's say it's my fault. What can I do to fix it? So whether it be relationship troubles or a goddamn YouTube channel, if your numbers are down, if girls keep leaving you, whatever it may be, blame yourself and get better.
Of video
even if it's not actually
on YouTube,
your fault.
I would say go out to X, follow me on X, follow Clownfish TV on X. I would say go to Facebook, and I'm also going to set up the main website, the clownfishtv.com top-level website, to send out notifications too. So I'll just move you guys over there. But yeah, I mean, things are going to change. So it's going to be harder, I think, to find your favorite creators unless you're part of their community, whether it's a Discord or a Patreon, or in our case, go out to the more.clownfishtv.com. And we're going to try to figure out our next steps. But I think things are going to change, right? And I don't think it's going to be a good user experience by the time they're done. I'm just saying, just a hunch I have. I'm going to wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later. For more pop culture
So yeah, that was an
news,
interesting video. Overall, I get what he's saying. Overall, I get a lot of the points he's trying to make. I just disagree with them.
Number one.
Obviously he said things that I did agree with, but overall, I think that he's... Look, Neon been doing this a lot longer than I have. Neon, Clownfish TV, they know what they're doing. They've been successful. They pulled numbers. They pulled numbers for a long time. So obviously he would know better than me. But I do think a lot of this AI scare stuff is overblown. I really do. I think the AI scare stuff is overblown. I look at this the same way that artists should look at art versus AI art. And I mean, for example, we've got LMA in here who is an actual artist. The good artists are always going to have a market for their art. It doesn't matter what AI can do. There will always be a market for handcrafted human art. Just like when it comes to YouTube, whether it's on the back end, whether it's on the industry side, yeah, they can lay a bunch of people off and let AI take over and do a bunch of the work. But that's just the way the world's going. There's still going to be a place for real people to do real jobs that the AI can't handle. And even if it does result in a bunch of layoffs and stuff, every industry is going to feel that. So yeah, every industry is going to feel it, and you're just going to have to get used to it. You're going to have to learn to deal with it. You're going to have to figure out the next industry or how to incorporate your craft into the AI world, or how to incorporate AI into your craft, whatever it may be. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the matter. I don't think we should be too scared of it. I don't. YouTube's laying a bunch of people off, but frankly, I think it'll be fine. All right. A lot of soups came in. Let's check those. Let's check those. Give me one moment here. All right. We had St. Hugo for a two-banger. Said, can't wait to claim my own Ultron. Yeah, I saw an Asmongold video about, robots you can buy for like $40,000 becoming a thing now. EB, shout out, gifted a Words of Paradise membership. My man with a plan. Thank you so much. I saw you hit War Wizard. So yeah, base. Good hit. Piranha Power with a 5-banger says, Leon coming to California, shut up and take my money. Will do. No, thank you very much. Truly appreciate you, girly. War Wizard says, Discord link expired, Grift. Alright, I will update the Discord link after the show today. Yep, I will update the Discord link after the show today. Shout out. Let me play a clip for all y'all, and then I will get to Box Office Brawler's question and answer that. But first of all, this is for you guys. Thank you so much. It is truly appreciated.
Name one word that starts with G pronounced like J. Gentrification. Shoot, should have thought of that. I was just in San Francisco.
And then Box Office Brawler for a 5-banger says, do any DEI initiatives that result in a profit boost come to mind in modern entertainment? Even just one? Yes. I can think of one. I can think of one where not only does get woke, go broke not apply, but it actually full on increased the value of the company. And that's Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast going all in on DEI and wokeness and propaganda increased the profit for both Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering. Yeah, them going woke has not negatively affected them in fact, it has boosted their revenue. Now you could blame that on the addiction that is, collectible card games and CCGs and TCGs. You could also add to it the growth and popularity of D&D by being featured in things like Stranger Things. But at the end of the day, Wizards of the Coast, who are a far worse and far more woke company than Disney. I think Wizards of the Coast, or Witches of the Woke, as I like to call them, the evilest of the evil when it comes to all these initiatives and agendas. Yes, they have seen increased record profits. In fact, Dungeons & Dragons and Magic the Gathering, both after their DEI woke agendas, crossed over, I believe, the $1 billion mark in terms of brand value. So, I hate, you say how, I mean, what do you mean how? People keep buying the products. That's how. I mean, there's, that, it really is that simple. I know they're batshit insane. Netflix, I got my start as an anti-Wizards of the Coast channel. Trust me, ain't nobody in this chat know more about WotC than your boy here. I'm a competitive Magic the Gathering player, or at least I used to be. But the fact remains, whether they are batshit insane or not, they are doing better now that they have gone woke. It sucks, but it's true. Any chance you could join the Backshot Boys at FatCon next year? You'd have to pay me a lot. You'd have to pay me a lot. You know how much I hate fat people. I'd have to do like, shit, at least 1,000 in a single stream for that. I ain't even joking. That's how much I don't want to do it. That's how much I don't want to do it. I'd have to do 1,000 in like a single stream. Maybe a weekend. Maybe I'd stretch it out to a weekend. But that's the only way it's happening. Anyway, in terms of Wizards of the Coast, yeah. Whether we like it or not, they are doing better after going woke. And it's because it is like a drug. Their games are like addictions, and people will not stop purchasing their products. So the only time the modern audience spends is on D&D. Yeah, D&D and MTG, yes. Yep, D&D and MTG. Yep, you are exactly correct. Unfortunately, they actually are spending money. At the time that the Lord of the Rings crossover Magic the Gathering set came out, you know, the one that had Black Aragorn and shit like that, that was the highest selling set they had ever released in the history of Magic the Gathering. Now, you would think, oh, that's just because Lord of the Rings, recognizable, popular name. Okay. Then they one-upped that with the Final Fantasy crossover set. The Final Fantasy crossover set outsold the Lord of the Rings set. Now, look, I don't need to tell y'all, Final Fantasy is not near as popular as an IP as Lord of the Rings. Like Lord of the Rings is a far more, I don't know, far more, but notably more popular franchise than Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy outsold Lord of the Rings, which means they got new customers, and then those new customers stayed and bought additional product. So yes. Yeah, the modern audience actually is showing up and actually purchasing shit. So yeah, that's the answer to your question, Box Office Brawler. So it's the only one I can think of on top of my dome. I would still say that 99 times out of 100, get woke, go broke is a thing. Usually doing these agenda-driven bullshit does, in fact, you know, it lowers your value, it lessens your company. You do, in fact, go broke. But there is at least one instance where it didn't. And then brought about for a 5-banger. Maybe I'm dumb, but I really want to see Leon in a fat cow pool, but I hate you.
Shut up, bitch!
No, I don't hate you. Obviously, I don't hate you. But no, shout out. Thank you for the 5-banger. No, I do not want to go to FatCon. Again, if we could do a Thou Wow in like a weekend stream, I'll do it. But sweet God, I don't want to. Alrighty, what are we doing next? That's right. So we were actually going to react to a different Metatron video. But then I saw this one. And he says, these takes will get me canceled. Why not FatCon? Because I hate fat people. Is that simple, Tiger King? Why not fat? Because I hate... Yeah, no, I don't. I don't like fat people. Like, sort of. Let me expound on that. I don't like fat culture. I don't like fat acceptance. I don't like body positivity. I find it disgusting. I find people who espouse it disgusting. I find people that basically pray at the altar of fucking celluloid disgusting, immoral degenerates. Now, if you're a fucking fatty that knows your fat person lifestyle is bad and you're trying to fix that and you're trying to work on it, you good. You get a pass. Also, there's just me being fat and like just having like a little extra weight or whatnot, you know? Like, there's difference. But no, if you glamorize obesity, or if you try and say there's nothing wrong with it, or you try and deny the science that it is completely unhealthy, you've got these motherfuckers who be like, oh, it's not even unhealthy to be fat. Like, no. Those people disgust me. I find them to be truly abhorrent individuals espousing dangerous, irresponsible rhetoric. So yeah, fat people are gross. I don't like them. But of course, if you are a fatty and you know it's bad and you're doing your best to try and fix it, even if it's at your own pace and even if it's hard, because I know it's hard, then we cool. Then we good. You completely agree, you just want to rant? God damn it. Alrighty. So these takes will get me canceled. I am curious what takes Metatron has that'll get him canceled. Obviously, it's a bit of a clickbaity title, but you know what? That's how you play the YouTube game. And I wonder how many I agree with versus disagree with. So let's find out.
Hey, number ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking. So what can I do today to get in trouble again? Let's see who I can piss off today. Let's see, what are your thoughts when you see this flag on a store window? Everyone.
My thought is I'm not shopping here and I don't like you. That is my initial thought. I'm sure his thought won't be too terribly different. But oh god damn it, Metatron, because you've got your face up there, now I have to change. Alrighty, I'll change my point of view. I'll get rid of my nice fancy border. Let's bring up the chat. Yeah, give me one moment. I'll move the chat over here. That way you guys can see yourselves. Sheesh. I don't want to be disrespectful and cut his face off of the reaction. Anyway. Alrighty, let's get back to this. So yeah, what is that when you see this in the store window? I don't like you, I think you're annoying, and you will not be getting my money.
One is welcome here, open. What I think about it? That it's a lie. Well, I would say red is a lie, because the reality is that if I see this on the window of a shop, most likely what this means is that everyone is welcome here who isn't a conservative, a right-winger, a centrist who disagrees with the left wing, a nationalist, a Christian, a white man, and anyone who I consider to be an oppressor. So, yeah, not everyone.
He said that a lot more succinctly and intelligently than I am, but my point remains the same. I find you annoying, therefore you're not getting my money.
Next, far-right politician Sanae Takaichi has become Japan's first female prime minister.
Based, I'm all for it. Let's go. I can't wait to see what she does. I covered this broad like a year ago on my channel. Video didn't do so hot, but that's fine. This is awesome. Can't wait to see what she does.
Go Iron Lady. I would never date an OnlyFans girl, so you don't want me to buy you your entire Steam wishlist for you, Pookie.
Correct. I would never date an OnlyFans girl. Sort of. Again, if we're talking like the way 40K Empress does her OnlyFans, that'd be no problem. She doesn't do sexual content. She literally just treats it as an extra paid promotion to get, you know, special content with your fans, doing workout videos, Q&As, things like that. But like, obviously, we know what they mean when they say OnlyFans girl, and yeah, no, I would not. I would not. You disgust me. You are a filthy whore, and you do not deserve the money. Also, most OnlyFans girls make like $10 a month or some shit like that. Like, 99% of the wealth goes to the top 1% of OnlyFans whores. I would not play any of the games that you paid for on my Steam wish list because they are tainted. Also, you can't buy games on Steam with cash, you dumb broad.
Pokey. No, I like working for a living. In fact, I like to be able to afford things through my honest work. You should give it a try, you'll love it. Forget zodiac signs. Which religious order would you join? Dominican?
Probably the Franciscans, because Pope Francis was a badass, but we'll see.
Benedictines, Carmelites, Carthusians, Franciscans, Cistercians, the Templars. What video game had you like this? Hype when it was announced. Oh, and that's when you...
Let's see which one... All right. Before I give my answer to this, let's see who can guess it. Let's see who can guess which one it was for me. And I'd love to hear your guys as well. But see if you can guess mine. Hype when it was announced, and then when you finally got the game. It shouldn't be that hard. In fact, I brought up on SNH pretty recently. Nope. Not Resident Evil 6. I actually enjoyed my time with Resident Evil 6. I know it's a bad game, but I enjoyed my time with it. I played it with my buddy on co-op. We played it all night. We almost got arrested that night. Yeah, it was a fun night. I like Resident Evil 6. Not Resident Evil 8 either. I wasn't particularly hyped for Resident Evil 8 out the gate. I was very like I was, but I was also nervous about it. I'll put it that way. I was nervous about it. I'll give a couple more guesses, then I'll just tell you guys. You want a 50 megabyte XL? Don't ask us questions. You almost got arrested. A fun night. Yeah, almost got arrested. No Netflix forum, but you were close for Final Fantasy. You're the closest so far with your it's not a Final Fantasy game, but that is the closest that someone's been so far. That'll be y'all's hint. No, I love Final Fantasy 15. Okay, like I said, it's not a Final Fantasy game, but Final Fantasy 15, I shit you not, it's top 5 Final Fantasy games for me. It's like number 5, but it's the top 5 Final Fantasy game for me. My list of Final Fantasy games is all over the place. Tactics, 9, 6, 10, and 15. It is a JRPG. Yes, Piranha Pout, it is JRPG. And it's by Square Enix. It's a JRPG and it's by Square Enix. Yeah, actually. I'm not joking. I love Final Fantasy 15. Like I said, Tactics, 9, 6, 10, and then 15. Those are my top 5 Final Fantasy games. Nope. No Dragon Master. Nope, Rex. Alright, I'll give 2 more guesses. 2 more guesses, then I'm just going to tell y'all. Yours would be 1, 4, 6, 7, 9. At least 9 is in your top 5. Based. And so 6. 9 is the most underrated, underappreciated game. One of the sagas and Dragon Quest. That was 2 more. Nope. Kingdom Hearts 3. Kingdom Hearts 3. Fuck that game. Most disappointing experience I've ever had with a video game. We waited 10 years for that dog shit? Are you fucking kidding me? We waited 10 fucking years. More than 10 years. For the dog shit that was Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't even like Kingdom Hearts, by the way. I love Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm a huge fan of Kingdom Hearts 2. I think Kingdom Hearts 2 is a masterpiece of a game. Kingdom Hearts 1 doesn't really hold up. I mean, it was good when it came out, but doesn't really hold up. All the spin-offs suck dick. But Kingdom Hearts 3 was a goddamn affront to gaming. Hate it. Loathe it. After the brilliance that was Kingdom Hearts 2, you follow up with that absolute bitch-made dog water? Nah, fuck you. Fuck you, Square Enix. Fuck you, Tetsuya Nomura. Don't even include goddamn Final Fantasy characters in Kingdom Hearts 3? Fuck that shit. Hate it. Literally the most single disappointing video game experience of my life. Kingdom Hearts 3 was more disappointing to me than day 1 of No Man's Sky and day 1 of Fallout 76. And I was a day 1er for both those games. My dumbass was a day 1er for No Man's Sky and Fallout 76. And as notoriously disastrous as those launches were, Kingdom Hearts 3 is still more disappointing to me. Alright, let's keep going.
Finally got the game. I'm gonna say Civilization 7. Mostly for 2 reasons. The reason number 1, every single Egyptian is black, which is historical nonsense. And the second reason is because when I was playing with my Roman civilization, my civic screen said the words, open quotes, diversity is the source of our strength.
I'm not surprised in the slightest that that's his answer, but holy shit, that's hilarious.
Close quotes. Next. I like your Christ. I do not like you Christians. You Christians are so unlike your Christ. Mahatma Gandhi. Shut up and get back to your nukes. I think you're a little bitch. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, 30th of January.
See, this is where I disagree with Metatron. I like that quote from Gandhi. I do. I like that quote. I like that quote from Gandhi. Obviously, it is not applied to all Christians. Not in the slightest. However, it does apply to enough high-profile Christians for that to be a warranted quote.
January 1948. He didn't say this. It's kind of funny, though, how whenever you browse the internet, particularly Facebook for whatever reason, there are so many sayings associated to, like, Einstein, Roman generals, emperors, Marcus Aurelius said, yeah, and then when you double-check them, it's not even true. Well, maybe he did say something on those lines, in which case, then, yeah, Gandhi was a muppet. Quote me on that one. Next. We're going to get blocked for this one. We're going to get demonetized. Honestly good. The Japanese are just so over the top and weird with sexualizing women and little girl characters.
Shut up, bitch!
Don't even need to give my opinion on this one. You guys already know it. And if you don't know it, I've got plenty of videos in the backlog for you to check out that has my opinion on this.
Anime tweets, and this person is complaining. Japanese version, Chinese version. I'm just going to say the Japanese version is clearly superior. Now, I do agree with this person when it comes to some really weird stuff that the Japanese do when it comes to animation and little girls.
Nope, I don't. I vehemently disagree. I mean, is it weird? Okay, yeah, some of it can be weird, sure. But it's art, it's not real. It's legal. It's a different culture. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. It's not fucking real.
With that being said, this is not what we are discussing here, because you see, these girls have massive boobs, and as far as I know, little girls don't. Thus, it is logical to deduce that these are not little girls.
Fair enough.
Therefore, half of the problem has already been resolved when it comes to this image. Now, the other half, however, sexualizing women, I personally just call it natural male attraction, in the sense that men like women. Women are defined by boobs. Men like boobs. I mean, it's not that complicated, is it? Niara tells us female...
If you guys are looking for one of the most hilarious, unintentionally hilarious accounts to follow on X, follow Niara. Niara is a gay, trans, pedophile VTuber that prays at the altar of Hassan Piker. It is so delicious dunking on this dumb broad. Or dumb dude, I guess, because it's not actually a woman.
One, because of the normalization of blaming immigrants for everyone's struggles. No, Niara, based Iron Lady 1, because people like you keep calling everyone this name. Will they ever learn? No, I give it 2 decades tops, and the right wing is going to be in power on every single country on the entirety of the planet at a planetary scale, because it's not like they're learning anything when it comes to that. Ooh, look at this. I love it. Love to see it. Some proper... Man, the painting job is incredible. These are, for those who don't know, plebeians. These are sword masters of Hoeth, and they are high elves. Now, given I have just praised the painting skill, but I have to say, when it comes to the mold themselves, the miniatures look fantastic and epic. I love them. I owe them a few myself. When I say a few, I'm being extremely incorrect when it comes to the numbers involved in my own collection of Warhammer Fantasy miniatures and 40k. Anyways, you know what I hate? I hate the 2 elves on the sides. Because the 2 elves on the sides are literal, particularly this guy here. He's holding the two-handed sword like a freaking baseball bat. At least the guy in the middle is having the decency to leave a little space between the 2 hands. In reality, it would have to be a full fist in order for this to be a grip that makes sense in an historical sense. And I know what you're saying. You're going to cry like little babies and you're going to tell me, but Metatron, this is a fantasy thing. These are elves. Right. But due to the fact that elves have similar body mechanics to humans anyways, and if anything, we should expect their sword skills to be even more refined, I am expecting what's basically common ground among all forms of swordsmanship when it comes to two-handed swords, literally a bar of sharpened metal with a long handle. And you do need this space for proper weapon control and leverage. So, we can see that that's how you're supposed to grip a sword in medieval European 15th century treatises, both in Italy and in Germany. We know that this is how people operate these kind of weapons or implements in Japan when it comes to traditional kenjutsu and in fact even kendo. I love sword masters, and you can call them sword masters all you want. The problem is that they look like sword beginners. Thank you.
I certainly will not cancel him for that take. What I will say is, I didn't get any of that. Obviously, as in, like, I wouldn't have come to that conclusion on my own. I'm very glad he spelled it out for me. I like the bright blue. This is the only time I like blue hair. That's what I'll say. I like the contrast of, like, the silver with the flowing blue hair. I think it looks super cool. that's about it.
Hey, Emiru is pressing charges against that man who assaulted. Yeah, it's fantastic. I hope she takes every single dollar that guy, that sad scum excuse of a man has ever made and will ever make in the entirety of his life.
They added more Resident Evil GOG. I've already got 0 and the remake, but thank you for letting me know.
Go for it. Next. All right, this one is about Silent Hill F. What does F stand for, by the way? I still don't know, and I've got like 10 hours in the game. 15 maybe? I don't even know. It has a stamina gauge. It's like Dark Souls, not Silent Hill. Oh, yeah, that's...
I already did... Look. I haven't played Silent Hill F yet. I plan on doing it. I plan on playing it. I'm a Silent Hill fan. I understand there's a lot of criticisms about it. I do. I don't think this is a valid one. It has a stamina gauge. It's like Dark Souls on Silent Hill. Get the fuck out of here. Games had stamina gauges way before fucking Silent Hill. Or, Silent Hill. Dark Souls. Dark Souls didn't fucking invent stamina gauges, and Dark Souls didn't fucking invent rolling. Okay? Those existed in Zelda well before motherfucking Dark Souls. I'm tired of this bullshit, dude. Tired of this bullshit. There are legitimate criticisms I have about Silent Hill F. Stamina gauge and being able to fucking dodge is not goddamn one of them.
The guy on the left, and they are playing. I mean, he's right. It takes place in Japan, not
He is not right.
Silent Hill. It's more like Siren or Fatal Frame.
From a setting standpoint, yes, it is more like Siren and Fatal Frame. Silent Hill does traditionally take place in Silent Hill or in any of the adjacent cities and towns, because there are Silent Hill games that don't happen in Silent Hill, but they always take place in the adjacent city or town because the effects of Silent Hill spread. Silent Hill F, from what I know, has no correlation to Silent Hill. In fact, it didn't even begin development as a Silent Hill game. That's fair.
He's right again. Quit having fun. Oh, I see. So he's supposed to be the annoying guy. Well, I agree with him. I 100% agree with the guy on the left. And to be fair, the people on the left represent the regular Silent Hill aficionado, like the people that are really fans of the series and have been since Silent Hill 1, for instance, me. So I think it's only natural that when a freaking company slaps the title Silent Hill on any product, that the fans of the series that are very familiar with the game expect it to keep a certain external visage, if you will. At least a facade. You know what I mean? Like, imagine like you're a fan of Street Fighter and Street Fighter 8 is an FPS. I mean, I'm kind of exaggerating a little bit, but you know what I mean? You're expecting it to be a fighting game. Like, imagine if they had fatalities. Well, again, maybe it's not a terrible idea. Imagine
No,
if
that's a terrible idea. Shut up, Metatron. That's a terrible idea.
start adding political pandering and like they, them, and that kind of stuff. Oh, they did actually. Okay, never mind. Scratch that. My point being, yes, he's absolutely right in noticing these kind of differences when you title it Silent Hill. So if you want to avoid that as a company, don't call it Silent Hill. Let the game stand on its own merit, give it an entirely new title, and try to create a new series. But
on all those points, I agree with him. I do. On all those points, I agree with him. I just have an issue with this top part, the stamina gauge. It's like Dark Souls, not Silent Hill. No, that's retarded. All the rest I agree with, but this initial point is fucking stupid.
But the thing is that they do want to call it Silent Hill because that's going to sell more. And in fact, I'll be honest with you, that is the reason why I bought it. Well, I do like the fact that it's set in Japan, and I'm a huge fan of both Siren, meaning Forbidden Siren, and Siren Blood Curse. Love both games, finished both. I finished Blood Curse. I don't know if I finished the original, anyway, whatever. And I do like the Fatal Frame or Project Zero in Europe series. So yeah, I mean, I probably would have bought it anyways. But the fact that it was called Silent Hill, yeah, absolutely. I was like, I'm buying this. They get the bonus. They get the boost in sales. They also get people complaining when they sort of change. Indeed, it's not in freaking Silent Hill. So there is that. But the thing is that the person on...
To be fair, Silent Hill has not been traditionally Silent Hill since Silent Hill 4. Which is my favorite, is the black sheep of the original 4, but it's my favorite of all of them. Silent Hill Homecoming, not traditionally Silent Hill. Silent Hill Downpour, not traditionally Silent Hill. And then the series was dormant for like more than a decade. Yeah, there were some releases here and there that were like side stories and spin-offs and whatnot, but like in general, Silent Hill's been a dead franchise and hasn't actually followed the true Silent Hill formula since Silent Hill 4, and that was on the PS2. So... Like the lore stuff annoys me, but beyond that, I don't really care that there was a gameplay shakeup.
The left here doesn't do the one at the bottom. I know some people do, but generally speaking, those that say this, it's not because they don't want you to have fun, but it's simply because they use the title and perhaps they were a little disappointed on some choices when it comes to the programmers, company, PR, and whatever the heck. So the guy on the
yeah, Silent Hill The Room, that's Silent Hill 4, yep.
The left is based, and everyone and whoever wrote this is a muppet. Oh, goodness gracious, more on Hassan Piker? You gotta be joking me. Holy shit, old Hassan Piker recording with his previous dog, Fish. Who the heck calls his dog Fish? Shows an open wound on the dog's neck where Hassan used a prong collar. This guy should not have a dog. So if... I'm
so over the Hassan stuff, I've covered it so much, but I mean, obviously, yes, I agree. Not much more to say on this one. I know it's kind of a boring answer, but yes, I agree. Fuck Hassan Piker, biggest douchebag on the internet. Him and Candace Owens.
This is confirmed. Like, of course, I don't know if that's the reason of this. If it is, I mean, it's possible considering the fact that this guy is like, you know, let's raid on the dog because it dared to move. So I mean, it's not like I'm not expect it's beyond him. But then again, I don't have proof that this is connected to this. So this could have been that the dog, I don't know, had done whatever other incident. But if it is the case, goodness gracious, guys. Nux commented, the biggest leftist streamer is a generational doctor. Yeah, it is actually. Whether this is this would just add an extra layer.
I can't stand
Candace Owens
already.
Netflix
Like,
porn.
I hate the dumb
cake
broad.
At this point.
Her and Hassan
Talking
Piker
about
both.
Nux.
Fucking
Check
morons.
this out. So we've got Mr. I Love Horses Yogurt, who told us Matt Walsh said, open quotes, we need to be in touch.
I don't care. First of all, I don't think there's any evidence of that as of yet. There's not evidence of that. And even if there was, oh well, she got one thing right. She is fucking retarded on every single other subject. Every single other subject. Candace Owens is is an actual grifter. Like, by definition, a snake oil salesman, somebody that peddles lies as truth and gets paid for it. Candace Owens is an actual grifter. Matt Walsh said we need to be intolerant. Intolerance is a blank. Intolerance is good. Intolerance is holy. Intolerance is Christian, moral, courageous. This is why I'm not. This is why I'm on the left. When someone on the right says,
intolerance is a virtue, intolerance is good, intolerance is holy, intolerance is Christian, intolerance is moral and courageous, close quotes. Yeah, I noticed that Matt Walsh posted this video, saw the thumbnail, but I didn't click it, to be honest. I didn't watch it, so
yeah, I don't watch
know
Matt
the
Walsh.
context.
I'm not a big fan. Don't
Anyways, Jenk then says, is it Jenk? I don't know. This is why I'm on the left. All right, let's go. Virtual signaling. When someone on the right when some on the right say this about any of us, Muslim, blacks, gay, and all the rest, and then Nux responded, should we be tolerant of people that execute women for showing their hair in public? Should we be tolerant of people that try to, can I say this word on YouTube? I don't know, C-word children. Should we be tolerant of people that incite and celebrate political violence? Thanks for admitting you would tolerate anything.
Nux just hooked him.
Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
Bro, that was a straight up assassination attempt, bro. Holy shit. God, I can't stand Cenk Uygur. I can't stand Cenk Uygur. Every now and again, he says something that's almost correct. Then he goes back to being one of the dumbest twats on the internet.
I mean, he smoked him. Nux just annihilated. Goodness gracious. Yeah, so that happened. And here's the thing, Mr. Jenk, you're an idiot. First and foremost, whatever Jenk says, the correct answer to anything this guy says is always going to be, when are you going to talk about your nephew? That's the only thing that it's... and if anyone wants to know who the nephew is, I'm just going to say one word. Dogtober. So, whatever he says, I'm going to say that from now until eternity. However, even if I wanted to address this at face value, it's nothing by an attempt at virtual signaling and saying, look at me. Because, I need to see what Matt Walsh said, but in reality, yes, intolerance is absolutely Christian and holy, courageous and brave, when you are intolerant towards evil, or when you are intolerant towards, like, imagine someone, like Nux is correctly saying here, imagine someone that wants, his freaking nephew inciting.
Like a good example of what Metron is referring to here is like, I'm intolerant to fat people. That's good intolerance.
Celebrates political violence, then if you are intolerant to that, then it's a good thing. Now, if you are...
Schizosaurus, I'm glad you think that, man. I am. I'm glad that you think that Candace Owens is off her rocker. It is a shame it took you this long, but better late than never. Candace Owens has said, and I shit you not, dinosaurs aren't real, they are a myth, and that Jews buried fake dinosaur bones to corrupt Christians. That is an actual thing she has said, that Jews created dinosaurs, fake dinosaur bones, and planted them in the ground in the 1800s to trick Christians out of their faith. Oh, Candace, you dumb bitch.
All of this and intolerant and whatever you want towards things that instead are good and true, then yeah, in that case it's negative. So it really is a matter of it depends what we're talking about. So Nax responded like this, and to that I said, "You are lucky you're not a horse, my friend." I'm having a great day. Okay, this is another one, guys. So I love it how now conservatives and liberals and progressives, whatever the heck, they are literally fighting over Batman like it's insane. So here's the thing. The Moonlight Warrior, it's a shame he's got a nice name because he's an idiot. He says, "No kings." And apparently you've got now Batman assaulting the sitting president of the United States, which is a federal felony, I believe. And funny enough, Mead responds by saying, "So now Batman commits federal felonies." Exactly.
Batman's very existence is a federal fucking felony. Like, I'm sure Metatron's gonna get into it, and I'm very curious to see where he stands on Batman, because as many of you guys know, I don't like Batman. I'm not a Batman fan. I like the world of Batman's world. I like a lot of the villains. I like Gotham. I like a lot of the Bat family. But Batman as a character, I don't like. Not a Batman fan. Alright? Batman kind of fucking sucks. I'm a Superman guy. So let's see where Metatron lands on this.
It is a federal felony. So here's the thing. Yeah, it's more like it. Guys, Batman is a vigilante. But as far as I understand, I wouldn't see Batman as someone who sides with one political party. The Batman I know, that is, because, I mean, modernly, I've seen so much nonsense that at this point I wouldn't be surprised if Batman becomes some kind of LGBT activist. But regardless. But anyways, I would like to remind the radical left that Batman is a white, rich man. Just gonna put it out there. But one thing I know for sure is that what Batman would have done is to take out the shooter that assassinated Charlie Kirk before.
Alright, I didn't see this twist coming, but I'll rock with it. Let's go, let's go.
Or he could shoot so that he could return Charlie Kirk safe to his children and wife.
And guess what? Here's the big flaw with Batman's plan there. Because you know what? Let's roll with that. Batman would have taken out the Charlie Kirk shooter. Guess what Batman would have also then done? Threw him in Arkham Asylum only for him to escape a few issues later and do it all over again. Batman is goddamn useless. Fucking A, Batman sucks, dude.
That's Batman. That's Batman. You guys are delusional. Hey, Wizard of the Coast, look, it's Baldur's Gay.
You know, remember earlier when Box Office Brawler said what companies went woke but didn't go broke, and I brought up Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast? Guys, they are making money. They are posting record fucking profits and giving us this shit. God, it's infuriating.
I'm not going to say anything else because I filmed a whole video about this and I'll post it in the next few days. You're going to love it. Oh no, goodness gracious, Nora, whoever.
Great cosplay. Very well done. Like the shading to make it look like a actual PS2 like graphic. I get, you know, she's also doing the whole the dirt and grime cover thing. But this is a great cosplay. Very well done.
You pulled off the perfect cosplay of Heather from Silent Hill 3. And Silent Hill 3 is one of my favorite in the series. 4 being my favorite. If you disagree,
yes! We got Metatron on the Silent Hill 4 team, son! Let's go!
just wrong. This is incredible. In fact, the first time I saw it, I was like, is it computer graphics? This is how good. But I mean, it looked like it was a 3D model. And I don't know how she did that. But honestly, Nora killed it. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent. What happened to Emiru shouldn't have happened. I grant this. Good. Emiru also shouldn't be cultivating a fan base of people like this. As far as I'm concerned, she has as much blame, if not more blame, than Twitch for creating.
And this is what I was talking about when we covered this on SNH. When we covered the Emiru situation on SNH, this is exactly what I was talking about. It's fucking disgusting, right? Like, unhinged people, you don't get to control your audience or your community or people as artists Emiru that have fans, your fans. Like, crazy motherfuckers can't exist and will exist anywhere. Should we ban Sonic the Hedgehog because there's unhinged pedophile furry fans out there? Is that Sonic the Hedgehog or Sega's fault? No. Those people are fucking retarded. They are cancerous. And people that have this mentality as well are also as cancerous.
Parasocial relationships. You're absolute territory. You're absolutely out of your mind. I don't even care you're a viewer of mine. Victim blaming is not a good look, bro. Horrible to massive L.
Victim blaming is a great look when somebody is playing the victim and aren't actually the victim. That's the difference. Because like people that victim blame a lot of the times are blaming people rightfully, justfully. Like, when somebody, what's a good example here? Like, when you read those accounts on Reddit of like, oh, I've been married to my wife for 20 years and now I'm coming out as trans and she's leaving me and taking the kids. Yeah, blame that dumb motherfucker. That's not victim blaming. They did that to themselves. What happened to Emiru, on the other hand, is she is actually a victim of something out of her control.
Massive. You gotta find Jesus after this take. Because this is insane. What on earth are you on about? This is pure victim blame. She did nothing wrong. She was just streaming like me. I'm streaming. She didn't cultivate anything. It's not her fault. What? Her only problem.
Yeah. By this logic, it would be Metatron's fault for having a viewer that has that opinion.
Is that she's pretty. I said this already in the dedicated video, and I'm going to say it again. Streaming, when you are successful, can be dangerous, whether you be a guy or a girl. However, for streaming to be seriously dangerous for a guy, you have to be a political commentator or perhaps a cultural warrior.
Yeah, you're pretty fucked up for that, EB.
For streaming to be seriously dangerous for a girl, all you need to do is being pretty. And that's just how it is.
Base
Emiru
Joe
did
Henry
nothing
reference,
wrong.
War Wizard. Base
Touch
Joe Henry Henry reference.
Worse than Twitch, he says. What on earth are you on about? Also, check this out. Look what I got. I actually received a golden play button. I know it doesn't look golden here. It's the light, you muppet. It is golden, though. And I like it a lot. So right now I've got 3. But since I did open, because, this is when I got silver play button for Metatron. This is when I got gold play button for Metatron. And then this is when I got silver play button for Metatron's Academy, my language channel. But due to the fact that I've recently opened my Metatron history channel, you'll find a link in the description, shameless plug. Please, we are at 10,000 subs, but you can turn it into 100,000. And that would give me, and it would add to my collection of play buttons. So what are you doing? I mean, seriously. I would if I could, but I can't, literally, I can't subscribe to my own channels. You do? Have you ever tried? And the funniest part of all this is that YouTube actually it's gone now, but YouTube used to have the subscribe button for your own channel. And when you clicked, they would actually display a message saying you can't subscribe to your own channel. I'm not joking.
Damn, I didn't know that. I didn't remember that. That's fucking hilarious. That's dumb. Like what? You think the president goes into the fucking ballot box and doesn't vote for himself? You should be able to subscribe to yourself. Which is also retarded because, okay, I swear to God, this is a real thing. So when I post channels to Words of Paradise, right? I post channel. When I post a video to my Words of Paradise account, I then get a notification on my phone, which is also linked to my Words of Paradise account, that says Words of Paradise just uploaded a video. Watch now? Question mark. Why are you notifying me about my own fucking video? I know I posted the video. I fucking posted the video. But you can't sub to your own channel, yet you get push notifications to watch your own fucking video? Fucking whack-ass shit is that?
Yes, to remove that, but could I join it? Can I pay myself? I'm gonna try that, but can I give myself $4.99? I'm not gonna try it because YouTube is gonna bill me. It's gonna bill me, and then good luck explaining that one to the wife. All right, guys, we had a great time. I'm gonna finish it with this one. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. It's a confession. It was me all along. Guys, you got me. It was me all along. I shot.
Wow. Metatron out there playing 4D chess, fucking Iraqi from JoJo style. I can't even be mad that he's a dog abuser. I'm impressed.
Talk to that dog. Remotely. To incarcerate. To destroy the Sandpikers.
I can't even be mad. Like, I'm gonna be real. If it turns out to be true that Metatron framed Hassan Piker and actually shocked his dog to get Hassan arrested and kicked off Twitch. Look, I'm sorry, pup. Sorry, pup. Sometimes you gotta take one for the team. Sometimes you gotta take one for the team. A little shock, walk it off. You'll be fine. We thank you for your service.
Mental health.
That was a fun little video. I wasn't sure what sort of takes he was going to have. So, yeah, I definitely wanted to get into that and just see what was going down. And when you title a video, takes will get me canceled. Nah, he had some pretty good takes. He had some dog shit ones, but for the most part, some pretty good takes. I liked it. Well done. Alrighty. But now we're going to get into some serious shit. I'm going to react to someone that I never react to because I'm not a fan of their content. Side-scrollers. As many of you know, I'm not a big fan of side-scrollers. Got nothing against them. Get that bag. Do what you do. Just not my thing. That said, woke moderators are erasing offensive retro games. And my girl Melee K is on this panel. And I do love me Melee K. She a gym. Plus, it's about retro achievements, and I like retro achievements, so it sucks to hear this is going on. Let's learn about it.
Kay, I want to talk to you about this retro achievements thing.
Oh,
right.
Baby, okay.
So what's going on with this?
Well, first of all, does everyone know what retro achievements are? Out of curiosity.
Okay, good thing. Yeah, go ahead, explain it so everybody can understand.
For sure. So I think a lot of us are on the same page. We know what like Xbox achievements are, for example, like Platinums and PlayStation, stuff like that. So Retro Achievements is specifically a platform for people that want to gain achievements on retro video games. So maybe there's a game that you played on the NES or the SNES back in the day, and you're like, it would be so cool if there was an achievement set that I could do to prove that I was able to do all these challenges in these old games that I have.
Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 for the PS2. I have 100% completed that game on retro achievements. Like, and I get it. There was like a PS3 version that obviously had, you know, a trophy system and whatnot. Fuck all that. I wanted to play the original uncensored PlayStation 2 version. I wanted to do it with achievements. And lo and behold, your boy did it. 100% completion. You can check my retro achievements account. It's the only game I've done on retro achievements thus far. I'll do more at a different time. But yeah. Love it. Fucking awesome. Love the concept behind retro achievements.
So that's what Retro Achievements is specifically. It's like its own little community where they build out achievement sets for things that are not supported, you know, by the modern infrastructure, so to speak. Okay. So Retro Achievements is a beautiful little community that I learned about recently. I've known about it for a while because, you know, I talked to Dude1286 and Nerdy Neo and Reese Kane, and they all love to do Retro Achievement stuff. And they've always tried to sell me on
Netflix is saying which ones are censored. So on the PlayStation 3 re-release of Dragon Ball Z Budokai and Budokai 3, it came as a dual pack. The blood and gore was censored out of Budokai 1. Certain violence was censored out of Budokai 3. And then the music was all changed and altered in Budokai 3 because the original composer for the PS2 version was accused of plagiarism.
But I'm someone who's like, achievements are not 100% my thing. But recently,
no,
I
that's
learned
for all
about
versions of Budokai 3 re-released on the PS3.
Pokemon Clover that a lot of people on Retro Achievements were trying to get a set for. Now, for those of you who are like, what the hell is Pokemon Clover? I don't know what that is. I had to look into it too. Pokemon Clover is a ROM hack for Fire Red, which is the Game Boy Advance Pokemon. And so essentially you have like a full ROM hack, meaning like you build an entire game out of another game, right? Now, here's the thing.
ROM hacks are awesome. I actually want to do some Pokemon ROM hack streams on my gaming channel. They would just take so long and be so time consuming, but there are some really dope Pokemon ROM hacks out there.
So a lot of people on the Retro Achievements platform wanted an achievement set for this game, but it's edgy 4chan humor. And you know, there's a lot of people out there that cannot deal with edgy 4chan humor. So, you know, like things that people would consider, and I'm not saying I feel this way, I'm saying people would consider these jokes racist.
No, people wouldn't, because these people aren't people. They're creatures. They're cretins. They're NPCs, non-player characters.
Or sexist, talking about certain leaders in Germany, for example, and stuff like that. So things that could easily offend people who are very sensitive. It is not for the faint of heart.
Oh no, Pokemon Clover makes Hitler references. Yeah, guess who made the original Pokemon? The Japanese. Oh, you don't know about the Japs? Well, let me tell you. Don't Google what Japan did during World War II. You might be in for a shock, and you won't be able to play Pokemon anymore or watch Dragon Ball anymore. You fucking ninnies.
So, somebody volunteered to finally do this achievement set. They finally gave it attention. They're like, okay, we're gonna actually make it happen.
So putting achievements in a hack of a game that it's not even like an official game. It's just like a fun fan-made project, right?
It's a fan-made project that's been going on for quite a while. I think it's been almost 10 years now. And this game, essentially, like on Retro Achievements, you can get achievements for this and be able to have it displayed on profile. Think like Steam Profile, for example, where you can show badges and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
So, of course, the announcement of the fact that this could be a thing caused a shitstorm because there's a lot of, let's say, Blue Sky users that also like to frequent Retro Achievements. So,
man, I was watching a video the other day. And it was a Legend of Zelda video. It was a lore video. Like, he was breaking down, because, I mean, when I'm on my off time, when I'm not making content, I don't watch the sort of content that I make, because, I mean, I make this shit. I don't need, like, I watch Hypno, I watch Atreus, I watch my boys, I support them. But, like, I don't watch content creators that I'm not friends with in this sort of, like, cultural, political, gaming, and nerd sphere. So I watch, you know, cooking videos, and I watch, you know, like, real ghost con camera and shit. But one thing I watch a lot of is Legend of Zelda fan theory videos, like about lore, you know, Hyrulean lore that was never, or Hylian lore that was never talked about, and like, what do all these ruins in this specific dungeon mean, and shit like that, right? So I was watching this video, like 3 nights ago, and we get to the end of the video when the YouTuber's doing their plugs, and he's all like, and he says, I shit you not, and if you guys follow me on Blue Sky, and I'm like, God fucking damn it, and I just started laughing, because it's like 3 a.m., and there's no one to talk about this to, but like, and what popped in my head was like, nobody's following you on Blue Sky, because it's fucking Blue Sky, bro.
There's the people that are like obviously on the like free speech side, they're like, whatever, this is cool, great. This game actually plays really well. I just want to enjoy it. And then there's the side that is like, this is hate speech and I don't want this anywhere near this platform and you're ruining my community. So after all of this shitstorm of people talking back and forth, which, guys, I will say this is a very thick story. I'm trying to condense it. If you want to look into it, you absolutely can find tons of information on this. But I spent like 3 hours on my channel digging. I'm not going to do that here. So there is a lot of back and forth in the community about whether or not it was the right call to essentially have this ROM hack hosted as an achievement set on the website.
By the way, the answer as to whether it's right or wrong, it's right. It's fine. The answer is now. Obviously, I have a hunch where this is gonna go. Because they're talking about it here. My assumption is that RetroAchievements opted not to host the ROM, which is retarded. Because guess what? If you don't like it, you don't have to interact with it. It's that simple. It would literally just be there for the people that are playing Pokemon Clover and want to attach an achievement system to it. It does not affect you in the slightest. Like these people, they've got the ability to use they, them pronouns in the game. Well, if you weren't going to use those, it doesn't affect you, so why are you complaining about it? All right, I see you. I'll raise you with that. If it doesn't affect you for this game to be on RetroAchievements because you weren't going to play it anyway, then why throw a bitch fit about it? Oh, right. Rules for thee, but not for me.
And eventually, an account called RA-Admin, which is the RetroAchievements admin account, had to make a statement as a policy clarification on their code of conduct because of this conversation, which I will read through here. It says, Dear RetroAchievements community, we'd like to make a policy clarification regarding the user code of conduct scope and our stance on content archival. Recent discussions in our community have raised important questions about the scope of...
They're not important questions. Let's nip that in the bud right now. These are not important questions.
Our code of conduct and our approach to game content. We want to address these questions publicly so the entire community has clarity on our policies and practices. On the scope of our code of conduct governs user behavior within RetroAchievements community spaces, how members interact, etc., in all of their stuff. It does not govern the content of games or ROM hacks for which we provide achievement sets. RetroAchievement.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I jumped the gun. This is actually looking so far to be a good thing. Basically saying, hey, we as mods are out here to make sure that you guys don't interact with each other in a way that breaks the rules. As far as what games are supported, fair fucking game. Like, hopefully that's the route this is going.
Functions as an archival platform. We provide achievement sets for games and ROM hacks as they exist without curating based on their themes, content, or messages. This includes commercial games, blah, blah, like the whole thing.
Right. It's all, on the surface, this sounds fine, right?
Yes, exactly. They're saying, and this is from the admin team, right? So this is like the moderators and the administrators. It's a volunteer project for a lot of this. There's a lot of people in the community that just kind of take ownership, right? But here's the main thing, and this is, again, their initial response. Our position on archival versus curation, we recognize the tension between archival preservation and community safety. Different platforms resolve this tension differently. Some curate heavily based on content, while others preserve more broadly. RetroAchievements has chosen a preservation-focused approach, prioritizing archival completeness over content curation. This means we host achievement sets for games and hacks that contain content some community members find deeply offensive.
Okay.
We don't expect every...
When's this going to turn bad? So far, this is looking good. I may have jumped the gun. I may have just opened my mouth and insert foot. Maybe RetroAchievements made the right call. Like, I would imagine, though, if they made the right call, side-scrollers and them wouldn't be talking about it. Even though they should, by the way. Even though they should. I lost my webcam, apparently. I don't know how that happened. Anyway. Hopefully it's not been off this whole time. Hopefully that was just a weird little... Anyway. Yeah. Look, anytime companies make the right decision, we should be covering that just as much as when they make the wrong decision, because it shows that we are supporting what we claim to support. So far, this sounds good. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with what we've been seeing so far. Does this go bad?
Everyone to agree with this approach, and we respect that some users may decide that the platform isn't for them based on this policy. We are going to remain transparent, and we're going to keep moving forward. Also, make sure you're respecting people, right? That's the TLDR of this.
Okay.
Now, you're stepping away from this, and you're going, okay, that's a great response, right?
Right. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, I don't see any problem with this at all.
Yeah, and on the surface, I'm like, okay, awesome. Well, a few hours later, a lot of discussion, as you can see on the bottom of this page.
God damn it, did they go back on it? Is that what this is? After such a good response, did they fucking go back on it?
You know, people cheering it on, people saying, what is this? This is hate speech, a lot of arguing. And maybe some alleged death threats that could have happened that we're still trying to sift through all the proof of, which I'm not going to deep dive into. Mm-hmm. Scott, the founder of RetroAchievements, makes his own statement in an...
Of course, the founder is going to trump the mods. Are you about to say something retarded, Scott? Scotty doesn't know that he's about to be a fucking cuck on the internet.
Another article called Clarifying RetroAchievements Goals, which is the second you have there.
Yep.
And this is, I guess, in response to a lot of talking behind the scenes, a lot of people in the community speaking up and being upset by their initial response. Again, this is a bit of a thick one.
Their initial response was literally, if you don't like it, don't interact with it. Isn't that what everybody else? If you don't like it, don't watch it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. Right? Is that not a fair response? Bro, these baby back bitches need the fucking corners rounded off the world for them.
So I'm just going to summarize it where it makes sense, guys. The TLDR, RetroAchievements supports openness and celebrating retro gaming, but we will not provide a platform for games that contain illegal, hateful, or otherwise abhorrent content.
God damn it, you can't make this shit up. Who gets to decide what's abhorrent? Who gets to decide what's abhorrent? Also illegal? Illegal. So is RetroAchievements going to remove every single ROM hack from their platform then? Because aren't all ROM hacks, when those... By the way, ROM hacks aren't illegal. ROM hacks aren't illegal. So what's the illegal content? Jokes aren't illegal. We have free speech. Who gets to decide? You, Scotty? You get to be the arbiter of what is morally abhorrent because you're the fucking founder of the website, you dumb slut?
Achievement sets for such titles will not be allowed. And remember, this is the founder. So the initial article was made by the admin team. And now we have this statement from the actual founder of RetroAchievements, who is now saying, our goal is to keep RetroAchievements a safe, legal, and welcoming community while celebrating gaming history. He, of course, goes on to talk about RetroAchievements goals, which I won't bore you with too much, but he does say over 13 years, RetroAchievements has taken a neutral stance towards content of games that receive achievement sets. However, the planned release of Pokemon Clover, again, that 4chan ROM hack, has made it clear that neutrality is not enough.
I hate this. I hate this so goddamn much. Neutrality is absolutely perfect. Neutrality, like, this isn't the fucking real world where sometimes you don't get to be neutral. No. On a goddamn website about whether or not these fucking video games should have fan-made achievements, neutrality's a pretty goddamn fine fucking stance to have.
Here it is.
Right? See, here's where we're getting into it. This decision was not made to placate any for a particular group.
Yes, the fuck it was! It absolutely was made to placate a group. It was made to placate these dumbass coddle baby bat bitches with fucking homo-ass blue sky accounts. That's who it was made to fucking placate. Because if you took a neutral stance, if you initially took a goddamn neutral stance, and then you decided to shift away from neutrality and take a stance in one direction or the other, it would literally be by goddamn definition made inherently to placate one side or the other. Otherwise, you fucking maintain neutrality.
When we initially approved Pokemon Clover, we opened dialogue with our community to understand the impact.
You didn't open goddamn anything. You're not even gonna make a decision like this.
Impact of our policies. Through this dialogue, we quickly realized our view was too narrow. We failed to consider how hosting certain.
What do you mean your view is too narrow? Your view is neutral. That's the most not narrow. That's the opposite of narrow. That is the antithesis to fucking narrow. What do you mean your view is too narrow? Your view was everyone's views are fine for these games, these achievements. Just respect each other when you're fucking talking on the platform. That is nega narrow.
Content affects the safety and inclusivity of our community, and for that, we apologize. He backpedaled. He apologized. This
right,
policy,
here we go. Hate speech. Yeah, right here.
Hate speech
does
yes.
not belong. That's right.
Hate speech isn't real. Until you can give me a goddamn legal definition, it's not real. You pansy-ass bitches, bro.
Even when disguised as a joke and normalizes real-world hate and harms our community, there's a difference.
Go fuck all of yourself, you fat piece of shit.
Between juvenile humor and outright hate speech. What Pokemon Clover calls humor is hate speech. RetroAchievements will not legitimize bigotry by hosting an achievement on set for it. So,
homie. Go look at. I'm sure there are plenty of classic retro games from the NES or the SNES or the goddamn PlayStation 1 or Dreamcast that's got plenty of that hate speech in it. And I bet you host those. You fucking losers.
Of course.
This is interesting here because I put this into ChatGPT and I had to give me a quick TLDR here real quick. It says they will not allow achievement sets for games that contain illegal content, glorified hate speech, sexual exploitation, or extreme or abhorrent content.
Yes.
So does that mean that they'll no longer allow GTA?
Hey, let me get to it. Okay, so.
Oh, good. So what I just brought up was going to be addressed. Excellent. By the way, speaking of addressing things, I wouldn't normally do this because it's probably going to get clipped into a video, but I'm going to address a comment right now. Sergeant Garatina, I was ignoring that question because it literally has no goddamn relevancy to what we're talking about here. I'm trying to run a show, trying to talk to y'all in the chat, trying to put on an interesting show. We're talking about retro achievements right now. I couldn't give a fuck less about Selena Gomez.
Of course, right? The discussion while they were still dealing with all of this was like, okay, where is the line? Because people were saying Pokemon Clover shouldn't be on here, right? Where is the line? So do we have no Bully anymore, no GTA, no Manhunt? Like all these lists of games that like we think of right away that offend, the wrong people or whatever. Well, here's the thing, and this is where this becomes a big issue. So this was a ROM hack, meaning it wasn't an official game by any means, right? This is just a community-made thing. Not the RetroAchievements community that made Pokemon Clover, a different community. RetroAchievements is supporting, or was, the achievement set. Now, here's the big problem. Craig, I have a feeling you know what this game is. Do you know what Custer's Revenge is?
Yes, from like 1979 or whatever it is, like from the Atari. Yes.
Where you're.
For those of you that don't know what Custer's Revenge is, it is a it would not be okay by today's standards. It's basically an old Atari game where as a Wild West cowboy, you run around and you fucking rape the Native American women. That is the game. And when I clip this into a segment, I wonder how YouTube's going to take me saying that, because I ain't bleeping it out.
Going to find a native Indian woman and do things to her, right? That's the goal of the game. Well, the following games have been removed under this updated policy. 177, which I didn't hear about before this whole thing, but I looked into it and it was kind of hilarious. And Custer's Revenge, they have now removed a retail games achievement.
So these fucking losers not only blew their gasket over a fucking fan-made Pokemon game that, oh, it's got some edgy jokes in it, 4chan style, but they're throwing bitch fits over old 70s Atari games now. When will the pussification of the fucking game industry, and not just industry, because it's not like these are fucking industry insiders or vets or anything, just gamers and gaming communities, stop? What sort of weak sauce is this, dude?
Even set. So this is not just now achievements for random ROM hacks. They have quite literally taken an achievement set from a game that exists, that was made and sold in retail. And this is where it becomes a huge problem.
Mally, here's Custard's Revenge. I don't know if you're familiar with this at all, but this is the idea that you are Custard over here. And this, you can see the wonderful gameplay here of a man with his wiener out going to have sex with the Indian on the other side. And that is the whole premise of this. You get to the end and so there you go.
Oh my gosh, to be offended by 8-bit. Oh my god.
Yep.
This is less than 8-bit. This is like 4-bit or whatever it is. But
yeah.
yes.
But to be offended by pixels is literally insane. Like
The only pixels that you should ever be offended by is the Adam Sandler movie Pixels, because it is offensive that actually passes as a film. Sorry, I need to make a joke to calm myself. I actually do like that movie.
Especially in 2600 era, like, what are we looking at, really?
Yeah.
Come on, So this is where I, start to get bothered by this situation. And, I spent a lot of time going through
No. What do you mean this is where you start to get bothered? You should be getting bothered the moment they decide to take a stance on neutrality and then just hours later walk that back like a bunch of fucking yellow-bellied cowards.
this community and just seeing that this was almost a last vestige of like classic retro gaming communities. Like, I don't know how people in the audience feel, but for me, I grew up on gaming forums. I love that stuff, right? And this felt like a little piece of home from like 20 years ago that's been lost because...
And you know what? It's funny she says that. It's funny she talks about the gaming forums. I'm going to regale you guys a true story of something that happened to me when I was like 16 years old, maybe even younger, on my favorite Resident Evil forum back in the day. So there was obviously, it was all about Resident Evil, all the different games, the movies, the upcoming projects, things like that. But then they had a general discussion section where you could create a forum for anything, like just for whatever you want to talk about with the community that wasn't related to Resident Evil. And this is around the time when the Resident Evil 5 drama of is it racist, is it not came out, you know, and there was all that dumbass discussion. So mind you, this is like 2009. And because of how the games media and games journalists, even back then, were treating this discussion, I created a forum title called The Stupidity of Political Correctness. And I expected the vast majority, if not everyone on the forum, and this is the biggest Resident Evil forum in the world at this point. Might still be, I don't know. But at the time it was. I expected most people to agree with me because, like, the sensitivity and the political correctness around the Resident Evil 5 conversation was dog shit. No, I was in the minority. Almost everybody on the fucking forum site were justifying political correctness. And this is political correctness in fucking 2009. We're talking almost 20 years ago. I remember the head moderator. The head moderator was a gal named La Femme Fatale. Didn't connect the dots at the time. Didn't realize, didn't know what kind of country it was at the time. Made sense, she was Canadian. Lead mod on the site, the one that wrote out a fucking novel about how great political correctness was, Canadian. Checks out.
Everyone is, coaching language and you're not allowed to say certain things anymore and whatever. So it felt really sad to see this kind of devolve. And now you're dealing with this where Custer's Revenge has been pulled. Now, some people might argue, well, like, who cares or whatever. Here's the problem. So Custer's Revenge was an achievement set before on there. Here's the thing that made me furious. What happens to achievements and points I earned on removed sets? The achievements, points, and badges have been removed. We understand this is disappointing for players who earn them, but consistency with our updated policy requires this action. Now, if anyone has ever in their life...
No, it doesn't. Consistency, you could have a grandfather. First of all, this shouldn't be happening to begin with. But even if it is going to happen, let's say we accept that this is happening. Which we have to accept it because it is happening. You could have a grandfather clause. You could have a grandfather clause. You could keep that shit there. You can't tell me. I know several of you guys in the chat know how to code, right? I've got some indie game devs in the chat. I've got people that know how to code. EB, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this. You're in the chat right now, assumingly. Would it not be completely possible to just write new code that grandfathers in the existing individuals that have completed this, have the achievements, have the badge, the whole nine, and then lock it going forward? Is that not possible? Let me know, because I'm almost positive it is.
Try to do a goal in video games, like, you know, in Mario or anything, where it's taken you hours and hours and hours, and you finally hit it, and you get this rush of excitement. Imagine if one day that badge that said you did it is gone, because in culture, we find that game offensive now. Something that you achieved 5-10 years ago can be removed because now it's offensive.
Well, here we are.
And
this tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
By the way, but this is so silly. So silly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they've locked off these 2 hacks over here.
Mm-hmm.
The guy game is technically an illegal game. It had a
Yes.
minor in it showing off her boobs, right?
And you know what? That one I'm okay with. That one's fine. Specifically for that reason. You want to ban that and whatnot? You know what? That did happen. For those of you guys that don't know what the guy game is, back when Jimmy Kimmel had like the Man Show or whatever, it was a video game where you're basically at spring. You go to spring break and it's a party game, mini game collection. Like imagine like smutty real life Mario Party sort of thing. And whenever you would like complete certain mini games, shit like that, women would flash you and stuff. And it was real actual footage taken at spring break. Well, turns out one of the gals was 17 and not 18, and therefore when the game was released, lo and behold, you got a game with a 17-year-old going full topless on it. Not a good look. You know what? Ban that. That's fine, because that's actual, accidental or not, pedophilic content. Right? It's not like an anime game where it's not real. You know, I've been 100% a defender of people that like all that weird, creepy, like underage anime stuff, because like where it's like a 3,000-year-old dragon woman, but she looks like a kid. Look, whether you find it weird, gross, creepy, that's all fine. But the point is, it's a drawing. It's not real. This, the guy game, it was real. So you want to ban that? That is fine and justifiable. So that's like for consistency's sake, I'd say that one's all right. Like to ban. Nothing else that I know of. Now I don't know what Lolita syndrome is. I don't know what my Lolita is. So maybe there'll be an explanation. But as far as like the guy game, I think that is a completely justifiable ban given that happened.
I don't even know what these are. Lolita syndrome and my Lolita.
I'm assuming you're getting into like young girl type stuff. I mean, I didn't look too deeply into that because I just, I didn't know what I was looking at, so I didn't really want to look at it.
Yeah, okay.
But again, at the end of the day, you're now removing retail sets. How am I supposed to have confidence if I'm somebody who uses retro achievements that you're not going to decide that I can't have that on my page anymore? Because it's a point accumulation as well. So you're removing points from people, and there's like a scoreboard for that. You're removing the badges that say they did it. You're like,
okay,
it's
this is where I'm really bothered by this. And Mally, maybe you can kind of further this a little bit. But he says the new policy is not intended to censor gaming history, but to balance celebrating games with maintaining.
Guys, says not attempting to censor gaming history. I would like to remind all of you what the definition of censor is. Officially examine and suppress or remove any parts that are considered obscene, politically unacceptable, or a threat to security. Like, it is by fucking definition censorship. So if you're gonna be a censorious twat waffle, At least be honest about being a fucking censorious twat waffle.
A respectful, and here's the key word, safe community, right?
Yep.
It's all built around the guise of safety. And it's like, hey, listen, by you not, like, I just want to, like, go back to this. By us not allowing achievements on these incredibly fringe, unlicensed hack games and Custard's Revenge from the Atari 2600, we are creating a safe community. Because someone's going to go crazy and hurt somebody because there's achievements for Pokemon Periwinkle over here.
Gosh.
I feel like we've rode this bike before many times, and it's all about safety. And now the retro gaming community is around it. Mally?
Yeah, I mean, isn't it like literally an age-old argument of, and you guys were just talking about it, I feel like recently on the show, but just like video games cause real-world violence. It's like, no, rhetorics do that, not video games. I promise you, you are far more likely to get somebody who's going to cause something bad after watching an episode of CNN or, you know, a broadcast of CNN than they.
But remind you, let me remind you. The same people that would claim, oh, video games cause, we need to ban games, video games cause violence. These are the same motherfuckers that supported the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Just keep that in line.
They are after playing any of these video games. I do not understand the thought process behind banning them too, because I always reference the, you know, those who do not learn from history are bound to repeat it. I mean, why would you erase it when you're just making it now more inevitable that it's going to be brought back up in the future, that it's going to be, you know, I often reference the prohibition. It's like you're going to take things away from people. They're going to look for it more. They're going to create it more. They're going to make it more secretive. They're just going to hide it. They're going to, you know, make it harder to get to, but still reachable. Like, people are going to do what they want. In every aspect of life, they're going to do what they want. So anybody who's trying to,
Not only are they going to do what they want, they are going to, like you said, want it more when it's out of grasp. How often when we were kids did we do bad shit so we can say we did it? Because it felt good to be bad. You sneak out as a kid. You drink a little when you're underage or whatnot. Oh, you know, parents are out of town for the weekend. They got some beer in the fridge. Let's sneak some beer. You know what? Let's sneak out of the house and go, you know, just walk through the town at 2 a.m. when there's supposed to be a curfew if you're a minor. Shit like that. You do it because you're told not to do it. It's basic fucking psychology.
oh, you want to keep it more safe? No, you don't. You just want to control people because it hurts your little feelings. But nothing about this is more safe. Nobody's more safe because you removed as somebody pointed out and you said 4-bit, it wasn't even 8-bit, 4-bit genitals. Nobody's more safe because you removed 4-bit genitals, okay? Like, you just lost fans. There's nothing, I don't even understand the verbiage they use. They don't even understand the verbiage that they use. They just say trigger words and things that they know rile people up. Like, oh, you're more safe. Oh, well, then automatically I must want that. I must want to be more safe. Nobody has critical thinking skills. Because I wouldn't have even glanced at this. This isn't just my forte of news. But because you explained it, Kay, I'm like, wait, what the actual fuck? A 4-bit game is gonna, we're now more safe because we can't get achievements in a 4-bit game. What? No one thinks that.
And when you say that out loud, does that not just sound like the most ridiculous thing? We're now more safe because there's no game achievements for Custard's Revenge.
Right? Yeah, that.
Okay, is it bothering anybody else that he keeps saying custard, like the food, and not custards? Just me?
When you lay out the sentence, people will actually hear it, but that's not how they do it. They want to mask it behind this wall of frequently asked questions in a very proper tone to make it seem like your safety is their #1 concern. I don't need a safety concern from a fucking video game achievement company, okay? Hell, I've even said it, it's in my intro and my streams. I don't even want a safety warning on fucking fish hooks. That's called natural selection. If you don't know how to act around things and properly, behave. I am so vehemently against safety warnings because I believe that you should find out for yourself. Fuck around and find out is a great way to live your life.
It's also a great way to end your life. And mind you, I'm okay with that. If somebody doesn't know not to stick the fork in the fucking electrical outlet, we didn't need that little fucker on the team. We didn't lose a champion.
What the fuck? What am I being kept safe for from this? Absolutely nothing. It's
Nothing.
Just
What are
Big
you
Brother.
being? You're not being kept safe from anything. This is just a act in control, in my opinion.
100%.
And you know, I know there's a lot of people out there who use RetroAchievements. Again, I just personally wouldn't have a lot of faith in it. So they're apparently debating on what to do behind the scenes. I don't think it's worth getting into that mess because it's still an ongoing story. But just know that this is my most downvoted video ever on YouTube. People are furious at me just for opening the gates to this and talking about it.
Maybe I'll join you then, Kay. When this segment of the stream gets clipped, I will join you. And if it ends up getting downloaded to oblivion, then fucking go for it. It'll join all my Hassan Piker criticism videos because, frankly, those get downloaded to oblivion because the Hassan Piker fans just look for videos that mention his name to go hate brigade, and I'm A-okay with that. Because guess what, guys? Interaction is interaction, and it'll still push it out into the algorithm. Thank you.
Everyone is so heated, and people who are on my side but just find me too politically aggressive are also very mad at me as well. So it's just been like this weird rabbit hole. I hope for the best for everyone that is on RetroAchievements, that you guys get to preserve all the achievements you do. I know some of you invested in this since you were like in high school and college, and you've had like kids since then, and you want to go back and reflect on your achievements. It sucks that they're doing this to you, and I hope that they resolve it properly, like with whatever they want to do by adding like maybe a filter to block out things, to be like, okay, you can opt in to see the adult content if it's so scary, like stuff like that, right? But I'm personally a firm believer in alternatives. You know, mod communities are way more popular than this, for example, and Nexus Mods has a lot of competition now, and I am all for giving competition to these people.
Mm-hmm.
I think the idea of having RetroAchievements is really great. I think it's, people have been like, man, you guys gotta check this out, and I did. It was super fun. I mean,
RetroAchievements is a great idea. It is a fantastic idea, and I loved the time I spent with RetroAchievements. But this is absolute bullshit. So like I am literally considering right now like completely deleting my RetroAchievements account. It's not like I need it that bad. It's not like I need it that bad at all. I'll search, see if there's some alternatives out there. Like what use is there to me? Because let's use Melee K's argument here. You know, about they get yoinked away at any time. I mentioned Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 earlier. I've got that game 100% complete on RetroAchievements through their PS2 link. Because the composer was fired for alleged plagiarism. That's a crime. That constitutes a crime, right? That's why the re-release has the music fundamentally completely altered. So, by that logic, they said no illegal content. So they could, yank the original PS2 version off of RetroAchievements, and all the work that I put into 100% completing that version of the game is just gone now. Why should I use it? Give me one good goddamn reason why I should use your fucking service, RetroAchievements.
I don't think I would, whether or not I'd use it again or not, I don't know. But I just think, like, once again, just say that statement. We are now safer because Pokemon Clover doesn't have achievements in it. What? Like, everything about, nothing about that screams common sense at all. No. You know, I have another idea. Maybe don't play Pokemon Clover, period, if you're going to be offended by it and edgy humor and shit. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm with you
All
guys.
Right.
You know.
No, but it's the same concept that, I mean, I tell people all the time in my comments, if you don't like what I'm saying, fucking scroll. The internet is free. You do not have to play these games. You don't have to put yourself in a position to be uncomfortable. But you definitely don't have the right to just take over and ruin it for everybody else just because you got your butt hurt. Like, there's nothing definitively wrong about that. You're just a pussy.
There you go. Let them know, Mally. Let them know.
Tell them
All
off.
right,
They're going to also get mad at you.
Good. Bring it, bitches.
I know. I'm the same way. I'm like, you can get mad at me. I'm trying to help your niche community.
Yeah. I want to make it clear too. I think I'm, because you mentioned that one of them was actually like a legal thing. It had a minor. I am against that. I do not like
Again, that's
that.
a justifiable one.
That's
There
fine. There's a legal thing, and that is just definitively inappropriate. But Pokemon? Fuck off. Fuck off.
Yep. Your dad.
Yeah. Good video. Good video. Glad I reacted to that. Glad I got the one up on that. Again, I wouldn't have normally watched this. Like no shade to Craig or anything like that. I don't know him. I don't really consume his content. Melee K is my girl. She's a friend of mine. I love her. She's incredible. Been on the show several times. Been on her show. Her and her husband both just absolute sweethearts. So yeah, if you're not familiar with the Melee Games channel, check them out. Support them. They're incredible. James is cool, but Kay's my girl. But yeah, this is a ridiculous situation. This is like learning about this. This is an insane situation. There's already such a bastardization of what's happening in the gaming community as is, and I'm an achievement hunter. I love hunting achievements. I just beat Tormented Souls last night, and I fucking loved it. But I got 6 achievements left. I'm gonna have to do at least one more playthrough, if not multiple playthroughs, to fucking finish this game and get 100%. And I'm stoked to do it. I can't wait because it was such a good goddamn game. And as an achievement hunter, I've been enjoying going back and playing old games with retro achievements. I have. Man, I completed, like I said, Dragon Ball Budokai 3, but I was also going through Ratchet and Clank Going Commando. Going through Ratchet and Clank Going Commando, Ratchet and Clank 2, best Ratchet and Clank game. And it's been awesome to pop some achievements on that. Because these are games I would have replayed anyway. They're games I like. They're games I enjoy. They're games from my past, my childhood, things that I would replay anyway. But now you're adding that extra layer, right? You're adding that extra incentive. Just that little bit of dopamine that comes from popping these achievements. I'm legitimately considering canceling my Retro Achievements account. There's no reason to support them. This is the bullshit they're going to be pulling. But these are just my opinions. Let me know yours in the comments down below, or let me know on X. You can find me at Bolt the Word, and please do subscribe. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day. Not always about what's going on in the gaming industry, but video games, anime, music, Magic the Gathering, you name it. Check us out on Instagram at wordsparadise_Leon and become a member for $4.99 a month. We can join the Discord. Choose the articles we go over on a day-to-day basis. Choose the videos we react to on the Friday night live streams. Of course, get involved with over 200 other vital idols. We are a bright, beautiful, glowing, vibrant community that I cannot wait to go even further. Because we do care about diversity. Only one kind of diversity. Diversity of thought. That's interesting to you. Join the Discord and subscribe. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise. Alrighty, guys. With that, we've been going for about 4 hours. And my voice is like a pony. A little hoarse. And I have to be on the Dooley stream in an hour and a half. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. What an incredible, awesome stream this has been. Shout out to all of you Vital Idols. Thank you oh so much for joining. And thank you for welcoming me back with open arms after 2 days of being unable to stream. It was a bitch. The last 48 hours was a bitch. So I did not expect this stream to go very well. But it did. So shout out and thank you to that. Let's find out who we are going to raid. Let's see who is live. Give me one moment here. Oh, shit. Well, Ron bounces because I want you to hit 50. Thank you. Truly appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get you a clip real quick. Here we go. I will come anywhere you want me to come.
All over his backside, run! I wanna fuck you in the ass right now. Thank you. It's nice to get some appreciation around here.
That actually puts us about 65 if you count super stickers and memberships. But either way, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. It is truly appreciated. Alright, let's see who's live. Yarnwitch, Tomby, J Viper, Rick Costa. Alright, we'll raid J Viper. Make sure you tell him Vital Idol Raid. And guys, for those of you that donated, it was truly appreciated. Thank you. It means the world to me that I'm able to, continue doing this. And it's all through support like your guys's. I can't say thank you enough. We'll be back tomorrow for Neon Leon. We'll be doing a Halloween celebration stream. I'll be in my Sonic outfit. It'll be great. And obviously, we've got the dualies this afternoon. So yeah, make sure that after the credits roll, you go to Jay Viper's chat, you type Vital Idol Raid, and until next time, it is all here in the Nerdosphere, and this has been Words of Paradise.